Yay! I just realized I forgot to turn on my tits. Frick! I forgot my tits. Dang.
Make,
Jack.
make sure you
Jack.
make sure you put them on.
Ah,
Make sure they're ready.
hang on. Hang on, I can't hear the music. Jack can hear the music. Me just being like, hey, I'm I'm turning on tits.
Hard drive scan completed.
Yay!
We'll do another research. No, that's just poopy.
Us just poopy.
All these recipes, they're not good. Now keep scanning hard drives since we don't need hard drives for anything else.
Yay! Alright, tits is up. I open tits.
How inappropriate.
Oh my gosh, I know, right? Okay.
You know what we haven't done in a while?
What?
We haven't gone exploring. We haven't gone in where we can get slugs and mercy spheres.
You're right. Oh, frick.
Why are you way over there? You're way over there. Oh, you got supercomputers over there. How many supercomputers do you have over there?
I have a bunch.
How many is a bunch?
200?
And there's
100?
123?
100. I think I have 100.
How many specs? So there's 123 here right now. So that's a lot.
Yay! I got a hard drive though.
Huh. Never mind. Never mind.
And now I'm just dismantling the crash debris.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yay! I am gonna do a little extra thing, which is just going to be sitting down and saying, hey, I need to have another production of like circuit boards just so that computers don't get slowed down as much as they have been. The computers don't get slowed down so that the supercomputers are more consistent. It's... You know this game! You know what I'm trying to say!
Yeah. So, have you thought about the most important thing so far, Tony?
What?
I said, have you thought about the most important thing so far?
What is the most important thing so far?
How are you going to get the supercomputers over here?
I have not thought of that, and I am not thinking of it yet.
Uh-huh. You don't say.
Yeah.
I'm still amazed, Sally, by the fact that you have so much, so much stuff centered around plastic over here at the main base, with nowhere near enough capacity to
Yep.
run everything with the plastic requirements that we require. I mean, quite literally needing like 1,000 plastic a minute, and you got 200.
And yet, it's okay.
I see a lone plastic making its way down the conveyor belt, and then it goes into a splitter, goes to another splitter, goes to a liner, and then goes over again. It makes the lonely, slow journey to somewhere. That piece of plastic it has gone on a trip.
Yeah. I know I should work on fixing that problem.
Here's the problem with trying to fix the problem. We are too far past to fix the problem.
Oh.
Quite literally, we're at the end of the game. There's no fixing the problem anymore. It just is what it is.
It is what. Oh no!
Now, the only thing I can do to help speed the process, though, I have a little bitty drone. The little bitty drone is doing its very damnedest best to bring plastic in. The plastic coming from our other base. This drone is, like I said, working its butt off, and
Yeah.
it's never enough plastic. It's not. I could have 4 drones coming and going, and it wouldn't be enough plastic. If you got out of
I have an idea. An idea that might make you go like, why? Why? And then I'm just gonna be like, because it works.
Are you sure that it works? Are you certain that it works?
No, but I just got done with like a full day of working on code and doing nothing but like building up a config file. I want to make something else. Like, yes, I want my code to be usable by a lot of other people who aren't me. Turns out that has a lot of steps to it. I need a distraction. This is my distraction. Ah!
I'm gonna play with trains for right now.
Hey.
I'm
Oh,
taking
speaking
a
of
train.
playing with trains. Could you build a
Got a
train
really
out
bad-
to where I am?
Got a really bad feeling about this. Technically, yes.
Oh, we love technicalities.
The issue is going to be I don't know where to put the train. What you want train to come over here, but what is train gonna do?
I'm gonna have, I have 2 more spots of oil. I'm gonna just have dedicated, like, plastic production, and I want train to take plastic.
You want train to take plastic to places.
Yep. To...
Sally, what the heck?
What?
I'm noticing something. I'm on the train and I'm noticing a conveyor belt coming down from the top of the platform down to God knows where to your little place you have down there. I see you building something.
Yeah.
You got a mile-long conveyor belt.
Yep.
You know, if power ever stops, that's gonna take forever to come back again and charge. What you should do, which is what I used to do, to prevent something from happening, is put a large storage box somewhere right after the ore. That way it'll build up, and in case something happens, like a power outage, you actually have a place to get the ore. That way, you can avoid the inevitable, it's taking so long!
Yeah, but I mean, okay, that's called future proofing, and I'm like, that's a good idea. At the same time, I'm just like, I've spent all day working on stuff like that. I've been doing that all day. I'm fine. I'm playing this up for the silliness of it.
Obviously, yes. Yeah. Obviously, yes.
Oh, something else I'm gonna do. It's not gonna be the main, but I think it's a good idea. I'm gonna. Can you put some SAM fluctuators in the dimensional storage so that I can make a dimensional depot to just store plastic in?
Okay, so you want a permanent plastic? Oh.
Yeah.
Have some already in there. I am currently in train. So give me a second to stop, hit the brakes, stop, please, stop.
Stop, hit the brakes.
Radiation.
Okay, we're perfectly fine. So back to the question I hear.
Yeah, radiation level is so high at the train depot, I'm scared. Okay, slam fluctuators, yes. I have plenty of slam fluctuators. No, I have reanimated sand.
Oh, I can make the SAM fluctuators. It's fine.
Okay, I'm uploading slam, reanimated sand.
Yeah.
Because all you need is like some field stuff that I have already making automated into our shared space.
Okay.
Let's see what the heck is going on with power. If we have power problems.
Do we have power
We have
problems?
no power.
Oh. Heck.
Okay, I need more. What do you need? You need more heat sink. I need heat sinks, Ellie.
You need heat sinks. I should have automated, like, heat seat production, but I can see about making more if you need. Yeah.
Well, no, the problem is this. I need to put it over here where I'm making my nuclear factory. I need aluminum flash. I need aluminum ingots. Okay. I'll make some ingots. Yeah, because right now it looks like we're right at the same power level.
Oh.
We're barely okay on power.
We are barely okay on power. That's... Oh dear. But,
I cannot
motors.
wait to see what the new production facilities are going to do to our power grid.
Yeah. I'm excited.
I'm worried.
Yeah? Are you worried I'm gonna blow through it like nothing?
You're going to put down 2 buildings, put a sloop in it, and some slugs, and I was like, Sully, why did the power go from 20,000 to 50,000?
Yeah, that is...
Sully, we have 2 minutes of battery power left from which to put it off. Yeah, that's what's gonna happen.
That's... I mean... True. That has been the pattern so far. That is an accurate recounting of the events.
It seems to be a reoccurring theme for some reason.
Yeah.
You know, I just can't quite put my finger on why. There has to be a cause that I'm just not seeing, you know?
Oh my
There's something.
god.
It's there in the back of my mind. I know it is. I can feel it.
Oh frick, random input time. Ah no! Oh. I am now going somewhere.
That is going on a road adventure.
Yes.
I can't steer away.
Are we okay? Am I safe? I'm just like, it stops, and I'm like, I don't know if it's truly stopped, or if it's just taking a break. But regardless,
So I'm going to make two rounds of plutonium cells.
okay.
That should give us, since I have the machine that's making the plutonium shell, the plutonium casing power cells. I have it looped so it doubles it. So I'll make four. So it should give us another 5-10 minutes. However many, I think, well, 60 seconds. 600 seconds. It'll give us 4 of those.
Yeah. Also, to Ryan, this is the old version of the code. Like, the next thing I'm gonna try to fix is the VTube Studio authentication errors. And once that is done, I will use a new version of the code. Because it, like, the new code should be at least on parity at this point. At that point, at some point, yeah.
Oh, that's okay. Okay. I remembered why I came over here in the first place.
Why did he come over here in the first place?
To check on the plastic production.
Ah. Well, I'm currently working on trying to fix the plastic situation.
So here's what I'm going to do to help the plastic situation.
Yay.
I am going to just throw a bunch of pools.
We have dimensional storage. Wait, hang on. Dimensional storage. Yeah, I'm dumping a ton of plastic into dimensional storage right now. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a good thing, right?
It helps.
Yeah.
I just realized something. I might have made a boo-boo.
Might have made a boo-boo?
Yes.
That's fun to say. Might have made a boo-boo.
Yeah, I made a boo.
Oh.
Basically, I turned on our factory over here that I have plastic coming from.
Yeah.
And it spiked our power.
Oh.
Because the stuff wasn't running. But now it is.
Ah. That does sound like you might have made a boo-boo. So much fun to say. Organization, industrial fluid buffers. I need a lot more of the freaking things. Okay. Time to make a lot of encased industrial beams.
I'm surprised you haven't automated everything yet.
I remember I did, like, automate encased industrial beams. It's just, I'm not at the place where I automated it, and I didn't make it go into, like, dimensional storage. So I'm just making it manually here.
So we're still a little weak on power,
Okay.
but I have a machine trying desperately to make our little core reactor fuel rods, and it's getting close to making it because it hasn't quite finished making it yet. It takes 240 seconds to make one, or do a round of it. And I have it looped so it makes 2 plutonium fuel rods. And I believe it takes 600 seconds to run 1 plutonium rod out.
Okay, it looks like I'm letting everything in our get ready. There it is. It looks like I'm letting everything run for a little bit. While I play some Friday Night Funkin'. Also, hi Darklinks. Hey Light, are you ready?
Ready for what? Ready for what?
Ah. There you go. Ready for that.
Okay. So, we have 600 seconds per plutonium fuel rod. And it takes 240 seconds to make.
1 second. I can barely hear you. The game is a little bit loud. On a Friday night yet. Just gonna lower the volume of this so I can actually hear you. There you go. Okay, what were you saying?
The nuclear reactor that I have that uses plutonium, each fuel rod lasts 600 seconds.
Okay.
The machine making the plutonium fuel rods takes 240 seconds to make one. With there being a sloop on there, it does it twice. It makes 2 of them. So we get 600 seconds twice for power. Our power is very good right now. If you ever check your power, we're at 11,000 power.
3, 2. Didn't see the thing nor see it. Dang it. At least I can make you able to hear it. There you go. But you didn't see it? Are you working right? I should be able to help with the power situation. Because I'm gonna have dedicated plastic production for, like, whenever the train comes by. And that's gonna have dedicated fuel, so, yeah. Yeah.
Alright, you need me to go help you set that up? Or are you just gonna fuel plant?
I'm playing Friday Night Funkin' right now, so I'll get back to you on that. This song is so hard. Eh. I hope I got a better score that time than Or I have, but I might not have. Wow. Got my hair back up. I did worse! Yes! That was worse. That was worse.
Man.
I did not get a new high score. It's fine. Okay.
Yeah.
I put it over here. Yeah.
I was going to inspect my nuclear facilities, right?
Right.
And I'm noticing that I'm running out of nuclear facilities over here. The production is just not there.
Oh.
So I need AI limiters, and AI limiters is made by you. I need quick wire. Okay. Alright, let me pull all the quick wire out of storage. And I need copper sheets.
Ah, shit. I will make that joke so many times.
And then this one needs regular wire. Okay. So let's pull all the regular wire out now. And this is why the dimensional storage is right out of a box. The box will have filled up, and the dimensional storage will fill up, so we'll have a constant supply of both. Now, I could have sworn I had steel pipe as well. Yep, I did.
That'll go there. That's gonna be the oil. And then from the oil, I need the refinery. The refinery looks like that, and
What is it with you always needing more? You need so much more. Why do you always need more?
I don't know.
That's why I ask that question every day. Why do you need more? Why do you need more? You don't just be happy with what you got.
I mean, I want to be happy with what I got. It's just I can't quite live with what I get. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hard to survive with the food you got when you eat the food you got and suddenly you're hungry.
I know how that feels. I get to eat.
Yeah.
Friday, you get to eat a lot of food.
Yay. Okay. Also F. I see the Booba, I see the Glex, I see the F, Darklings. I got distracted, I was playing Friday Night Funkin'. As people know, that is a prime way to distract me. I like that game a lot.
Oh.
I just, oh my gosh. One of my biggest fears with Friday Night Funkin' is that they'll go through and just be like, and now it's all AI! Because then I'd just be like, no! Frick! It's so freaking creative, and the worst thing they could do is to go and just kill the creativity outright. Like, that would just be the worst. To just go through and have such a creative game, and then it's like, we're gonna compromise the creativity, and I would be so sad. Ah!
That's not what I wanted to do. I clicked the wrong button sadly.
Oh.
I found this
okay.
perfect thing. It was a foldable. It called it a foldable modular frame, which used different methods to make modular frame. I'm like, oh, I want that. I clicked the button, but I accidentally clicked the reshuffle button instead of clicking accept. Like, no.
That happened, then you're sure that people would keep up the previous versions and keep modding them? Yeah. At that point, I would... Oh my gosh. How deep do we want to get into the topic of, like, AI and, like, reclaiming versus abandoning, like, stuff you're a fan of? Because this is something I have a lot of opinions on, and it could be this big conversation. I also uploaded a hard drive.
Okay.
But
yeah,
anyways,
hard drive works.
how deep do we want to get into this conversation? Because if we go deep enough, I will just overtake everything with it.
Are you gonna be too distracted to play the game? Because I'm concerned now.
No, I will keep playing the game. That's not gonna be a problem. I'm gonna refine the plastic. It's my day stream. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. So, my opinion as far as, like, the differences between reclaiming versus, like, just abandoning stuff is that in terms of AI, if you are abandoning something just because of AI, then having, like, community-held versions of the stuff actually I think would work perfectly fine. That just makes sense. But if you're looking at something that, like, any attention will profit towards, such as, like, the creators are actively using platform or popularity to drive hatred, then it's better to just drop it entirely. So the active for driving hatred and such, that's something that happened to Harry Potter. So the so it's like if it's AI, it's like, yeah, just make different versions, have someone else play a different version. If it's something where it's like platform, it's like, okay, just do that. There is one particular thing that I just look at and I think, oh dear. I don't know how to fully approach it. Which is this Five Nights at Freddy's, where people are constantly, like, bringing up donations made by the creator to, like, extremely conservative people, like, several years ago, and I'm like, I still have no idea how to feel or approach that. Like, it'd be a lot easier if, like, in light of everything that has happened, that the creator would just be like, hey, you know, I wouldn't do this again. I wouldn't make those donations again. The amount of damage is, like, bad. But I'd be like, okay, yeah, I could be fine with this. Except that's not what's happening. Just leaves me in this awkward place of, like, it's not an active platform, so I'm like, I'm okay with fan games of Five Nights at Freddy's. It's just, how the heck do I approach the mainline games with that kind of thing hanging over the head? Hanging over the head of it. It's like, how the frick?
The thing with, like, the AI part, what part of it is being AI? Is it level creation? Is it the game itself? Is it the coding? If it's for like level creation, then that's not really much different than something purely generated. It's just a different method of doing it.
Eh.
If it's making the game on its own with AI, if it's, you know, the, the one thing that I think of sometimes is watching some shows, watching some stuff. They have uh, online MMO type games and things like that. That AI is built into it for NPC characters and things like that. And I mean, what part of the AI is being used that's causing the problem? Say, if it's I did an AI, let the AI take over. The AI made the whole game for me, and I'm still getting making money. So you didn't really do anything. You just pushed the button and went had some lunch and then came back and spewed out whatever game it was. Didn't care about fixes, didn't care about patches. You just put out some
Yeah.
junk and try to make money off of it. Or if it's doing something character creation, having randomness, what what is the difference on an AI doing something like that? It's some random number generator. And random number generators, there's not really a true random number generator. It's going off of some a massive database, blah blah blah, whatever. It's not actually random. There is something to say
Well,
where an AI might not have that. But if it does, then it's no different than just a random number generator.
if I were to put it like this,
Uh-huh.
I would say that we used to be at the point where AI could be like just used, right? We used to be. Um, but the point we're sitting at right now is that it is being used to replace people. Um, it is being used to replace people. The like constant use of it is causing sudden and extreme like damage to like the ecology around wherever the data centers are. And um let me think. Oh, right. The generative AI is being trained off of data that is stolen from people who don't want their
Yeah.
data to, that kind of thing. And
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I look at that and I think, if those three things weren't the case, I wouldn't have a problem with AI. You know,
We'll see.
if it were being
Yeah.
used to assist people with creative endeavors, if it were like being
Well,
put
yeah, that
forward.
was the initial. Yeah, that was the initial plan, I think, for AI. It comes down to the fact that some people not say got lazy, but essentially, basically, what it comes down to, people just look at it and go, "Hey, this is gonna assist me. What if I assist me to assist me, so I don't have to do anything?" That's
eh,
where it, fell off the deep end. It's good idea, but a few people just exploited it, and that's the problem with it. All it
I
takes is a couple of bad apples to ruin an entire bunch of anything.
That is only one aspect of it, though. That is only
Yeah.
one of them. Another one, and this is a big one, is that it takes so much energy to go through and work on
Yeah.
that it's it basically destroys a lot more than it can create.
Hmm.
Using AI, like, I'm not gonna spew out some of those, like, each AI query takes, like, this much water, because I don't actually know if that is true or just, like, sensationalized,
Hmm.
but I do know that it takes a lot of power. And that, you know, using it does contribute to the amount of power that it's, like, putting out, to the point where it's actually and I don't need to use AI, so I just don't, because I understand that That's not something I want to do. It's not like a lot of other things in our lives where it's like, ah, yes, we're kind of forced into a situation where we have to use X, Y, or Z. I have an active choice about whether or not I want to use like AI, and I choose no. Some of those numbers have been exaggerated. Yeah, yeah. And I don't want to spew out numbers that are just like that. It seems a little bit to me. But yeah. Again,
here's
that's only one of the things I am talking about. So it's like that the angle of trying to use it to replace people, and then finally the theft. I do not want to use data. I do not want to inadvertently use data that someone else made and not know where it came from. I don't want to have the effect of like somebody else made something amazing that I rely on, and then just they never get credit for it. It's only credited to this part was AI, and that's it. Like, if AI can make something amazing, that means someone else made something amazing, and AI is just copying it. And I don't like that at all.
Here's where I just thought about it a while ago. A counter argument kind of puts that thing there. Like,
Okay.
AI being trained on something. That's where I was just starting a thought about. So, what AI is doing right now, I think where the problem comes into is AI being trained on something. AI is not being trained necessarily the way it would be thinking of what training actually is. What AI is doing right now is pattern recognition. It is basically taking, like you said, somebody else's art and, splicing together, studying ideas, doing something like that. How is that different from somebody doing it themselves without the AI? Someone sees something and copies it themselves and changes something and does something.
Well, easy.
Until the AI
outside of AI,
from scratch. Yeah.
Outside of AI, that's called plagiarism.
Yes. That's what AI is doing right now.
It doesn't make it better that like AI did it, and the fact that all this stuff is stolen.
I'm not saying that.
The fact that all this stuff is stolen makes it completely 100% just plagiarism.
Yes. What I'm saying is, until AI can actually make something from scratch, something creative on its own, but the problem is, how would it have the creativity in itself to do that? A lot of people can't do that. A lot of people can't create something, so they resort to, again, stealing, copying, plagiarism, things like that.
Yeah.
When it gets to that point, oh, there it is.
Yeah,
Wait,
you're absolutely. So you're absolutely right.
AI can get to the point. If AI can get to the point where it can make its own thing, which it might get to that point today, that won't be received as well because people will start saying, well, it just copied somebody else. It just did this. They didn't actually make its own thing when it could have very well made its own thing. It's just that, I mean, the problem is, I believe, is originality. There's hardly anything really that's original. Take movies, for example. Half the movies you see nowadays are either remakes or some kind of reimagination of something that's already been out. How do you make something unique and fresh?
Well,
I mean, that's the problem that I see with AI. This problem I see with even people in general. How do you make something unique? Once you make something, there's only so much you can make that before you start repeating.
Oh yeah, and that
what was
putting that in the spotlight for a second. I think a lot of that question has been hashed out over decades. by people who are going to copyright law, having like, you know, all the stuff about stuff going into Creative Commons and iteration and parody and fair use laws and all of that.
Uh-huh.
And the way that a lot of companies have approached the issue is they've ignored that. They've just ignored that. I mean, there are still the other two issues, which would say I am vehemently against AI. The third thing wouldn't be an issue if every single person they took data from gave explicit permission. And I'm not talking about like some of the BS like background stuff that some websites will do where it's like, oh yeah, and here's like a clause in our terms and conditions that says that anything you post here can be used to train AI. It's like, no. I want I would be okay on point 3, not points 1 or 2, but on point 3, if every single person whose data is used for the AI to train on gave explicit permission for it.
Yeah. So that was gonna be my next thing to say on that. You know, if they had, let's say, like even at that point, that was the biggest thing that's happened before with different things. Reading the fine print on terms and conditions on contracts, you don't know what you're signing away. People just click and go. They don't care what they say. They said, "Do you agree to our terms?" Click the check mark if you did read the terms. You check mark it and click OK without reading it. In a sense, that's your fault. If you look at the website and says, "Hey, we're going to use your stuff for AI," don't post it, and then you don't have to worry about that aspect of it.
Actually, a long
and at the
time.
same time with
Just before we go past that, a long time ago, I remember there was like a court case. Granted, court cases, especially in the U.S., are suspect now. But like a long time ago, before it was too suspect, there was a court case that said like the terms and conditions that are overly long, so that the layperson couldn't be reasonably expected to understand. That they weren't so much legally binding, because like somebody took a case to court where a website, like, I don't know, I think it might have been stealing their data, it might have been like doing something, but the website pointed out like the terms and conditions and said, hey, they signed the rights away, it's fine. And then the court said, no, most people scroll through until I agree, and it's not reasonable to expect them to read the contract. And go to Ryan, the AI companies seem to be betting that if they just make AI good enough and make enough money, then they won't really have to care about the IP violations.
I don't think so. No, there's because what's going to happen is that the games you get violations, they're just have to pay fines, and it's not going to be profitable for them. Because that's the one thing that, not to say makes the world go round, but when people start making more money, people will get greedy, and people will be like, hey, this is taking off. Let's sue them so they can't do this anymore, and let's start doing more stuff to prevent this and get our cut from this sensational thing that's taking off. That's going to, put them off from actually doing it, because now they don't want to have to pay extra money to somebody else, to bribe somebody else. It just gets not cost effective enough. If that makes sense. But that's what I was going to say earlier about what if they had consent? What if whatever website, whatever AI generated thing, basically would have to have a link to another website and said, these are the creators, these are the artists that these images may have partially come from, and have a list of people. Since it'd be near impossible to say this particular picture had these 5 artists' images or style thing. Just have a
Well,
massive list of everybody that's on the list.
the way I'd imagine it working at that point would be, and I've thought about this a little bit. If they were to be legitimate about it, they would go through and say, hey, this image was made by artificial intelligence. If you want to know whose data was included in the training of this artificial intelligence, we have the full list here. Right?
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, basically kind of what I said. Right.
Basically just
Just have
like
to credit everybody. Yeah.
just have a site that says, here's everyone that was trained, here's everyone that this particular like thing was trained on, here's all of them giving their consent, like that kind of thing. If you like what our AI puts out, like it is a combination of all these different like people. That is pretty much what you need to put down. Like that's all. Clear imagine. Thank you. Before per picture list of credits, the tech is assigned now doesn't make it easy to do that. Full list seems more practical. Yeah. And thank you for like observing and imagining it, Starry. Yay. Yeah, per picture doesn't seem doable, but having like a full list, yeah. Granted,
I said,
that's
you
still
can even do it simple. Each picture has a QR code. That QR code is the link because I mean, ticket making that's how everything's going nowadays. QR code. You scan the QR code and it goes to the website link and says, "Hey, this was made by this," and has the link on it.
and still that doesn't solve my other issues with AI. You know.
Like I said, that's the one thing that I still come back to. It's not. I don't see AI as like AI. It's just a pattern recognition, and AI wouldn't need training like that. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't think us as a civilization have reached the point where we can say we have actual AI. I don't see
Oh
that. I
yeah,
think
we haven't. We haven't.
Because not to say, going, we don't have Matrix levels where the AI is taking over
Oh
or
yeah.
anything to that effect. So people making this thing about AI, it's not quite AI. It's call it what you want, but it's not. We're not there. Where it's like say, hey, we actually have artificial intelligence. No, because we would have Matrix things. We'd have what's the other one that has AI that goes crazy? That you know.
Uh.
There's several of them. There's several movies, several things. So, but to that effect, we're not. We don't have true AI.
No. They're pushing for that, but like, I see the news and the stuff they're talking about, and I'm like, it doesn't. I don't think it's. They know what the tech will have to be for that. Like, a lot of the companies are saying, at the rate we're increasing, we are going to have artificial general intelligence by this point. And I'm like, my personal opinion is that the tech for that kind of artificial intelligence is, it's not there and we don't know how to do it. And that the way that we're mimicking it is not the way to do it.
Yeah. What's needed, like it always says with different things, would be quantum computing. Something that exotic. While we have quantum computing, they're not using it for AI necessarily. That's a waste. They're using the quantum computing for massive data information logging, things like that. So use it for AI. That's. I mean, you'd have to have a lot more hardware, a lot more stuff to actually be making it go to the point of like, oh, by the way, we can do this with it, and we're going to make this AI do this. So we can train it to do multiple things, but like it's gonna be one massive slog.
Yeah.
You're basically putting one person, one AI, one thing in charge of many things, and nothing's gonna get done.
Eh.
Just the amount of power needed, like you were saying earlier about power consumption, you'd have to have, a whole nuclear reactor plant just for the one AI.
Ah, yeah.
It's not something that you can just, hey, I have AI. No, everything is just a pattern recognition. It's an imitation of AI.
Yeah. Also, play,
Uh-huh.
I have a train station set up. I gotta put a train down. Well, I'm gonna see if I'm making a train.
Okay.
I need more motors.
I am still over here at my other base. I am doing stuff over here to help more plastic.
Ah. I am doing a lot of things for plastic as well.
If you only needed rubber, because I have a shit ton.
Yeah.
Awesome scene. That is
Quantum,
ridiculous.
quantum computing is another thing that's blown up into more than it actually is at sometimes. Yes, yes. Um, some of the stuff I've heard about quantum computing is just that it'll be able to do a lot of computations simultaneously. A lot of computations simultaneously does not equate to a lot of computations being fast. Because sometimes you need computations that rely on other computations to happen. That's not simultaneously. It's not gonna do a calculation for one equation and then like be able to do a calculation with like the answer from that one equation at the same time. It still has to wait. Quantum computers are at the moment are large machines that need a lot of cold and mess up if a truck drives too close to the building you're in and have laughably small amounts of qubits, and compared to plain old bits, they could do special kinds of calculations. Yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It's fun to think about, but it... Yeah.
The quantum computing thing is doing a test super fast, super quick. Solving problems, doing math fast. That's all the computers are doing is math.
I think...
Ones and zeros, numbers. But like you said, if you have a sequence you have to do, it'll just do the sequence that much faster. But what it'll do, like you're saying with presentations, if you have multiple sequences to do, that's what will help it back, but not, one sequence faster.
I thought it was just doing a lot of computations all at once, but that's not necessarily doing a lot of computations fast. It's just simultaneous computing, not speedy computing. Am I wrong about that?
Well, it depends on. Okay, you know about computers, like kind of what I do. Each computer processor has a different hertz speed. The hertz speed on a quantum computer would probably be more than anything we could ever get normally. We're doing, 5, 6 gigahertz that we can buy normally. That might have 100 gigahertz. So that'd be, 10 times faster than if it could get commercial. So it would do the computing that much faster. But what they do now with computers, they do a hyperthreading, which is multiple threads at the same time. Quantum computing probably does hyperthreading, which does a lot more actions at the same time.
Okay.
So using a computer for something would basically have to have it. It needs something to do a lot of things at once. Say space work, trajectories, and make sure it doesn't blow up in space, or predicting, incoming debris coming at you. You need to avoid it, So you have to calculate the thrust, the speed, the usage, and all these data points at once to make sure that it, happens fast. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
So it's just a supercomputer, which is
That's not the
technically
operations. You can combine additions in any order, but other kinds of computations, like an if check that does large different thing, for example, is impossible to make work simultaneously. Yeah, okay. Okay, so I am somewhat correct in my assumption of how it's all processing.
Yeah. Like I said, what it would do is if you had, like, what was about having an if-then statement to process that, all it would be the ability to do multiple things at once. Because then that makes sense if it has, that capability to handle more, and all that comes down to, technically speaking, power, electricity. There's something physically moving to make it happen. When you push it on your computer, you're sending an electrical signal to your computer to say, hey, I pushed down this button. And it's so much power going to it. You have to be able to hold that much power between each of the components. Otherwise, you just get a mess. Makes sense?
Modern machines do stuff like executing both sides of the if and undoing the side that wasn't supposed to happen in certain cases. I could see situations in which that creates an issue. I'll be honest, I see the possibility for failure there. You're going more consistently. Okay. Okay. So on a slightly different note, I am feeling tempted to just have like you have supercomputers go into the dimensional storage. I think it'd be fun. That's my only reasoning for it. I think it'd be fun.
I'm putting just about everything that I have extra in my inventory into the dimensional storage.
Yeah. That's what the Spectre and Meltdown chip phones you may have heard of were about. Ah. I haven't heard of that, but, like, that seems... I'm not sure how I feel. I'm just... My brain is going... Processing failure. Vector security vulnerability. Oh, wait, that's a vulnerability. You said vuln and that's a vulnerability. Okay. 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 I see. I see. Okay. So that was a legitimate vulnerability that happened, and I, based on just hearing about it from, like, dang. I just heard about it and I'm like, that's a problem. And then it's like, oh yeah, that was a problem. It's like, that, I called it.
Problem. What was the issue? What happened?
Oh, there are some machines that will execute both sides of an if statement. So if else, and then undo the side that wasn't supposed to happen. But I see a problem in that if it tries to execute both sides of an if-else statement, and the if-else statement is something like, hey, there's a specific type that you're supposed to receive. If you try to process the other type, you're gonna crash. So this is made to like make sure it doesn't crash. The computer will crash anyway because it'll try to process it.
Oh.
So that's just an example, but like, just if I were to guess what the problem was, I would say that's what the problem was.
Yeah.
Not even looking that deeply into it. I'm just like, yeah, that's probably the problem.
How's the supercomputer looking, Sally? We need to get this phase done.
I have.
Or this not phase, milestone.
Oh yeah, I can go and quickly put the dedicated supercomputer production into Dimensional Depot. If we have Dimensional Depot,
You should have enough merger spirits stuff in there to do.
I'll just go quickly make some more.
Because I haven't done anything. But once we run out of spheres, we might want to go and get some more.
Oh, that's even worse. The vulnerabilities in
What?
use were more like when there's an if in your code that reads your security key, then based on the traces of the speculative execution, you can figure out the key's value. Oh, yikes. Oh, gosh.
That sounds bad.
That's just, oh my gosh. Whew. That is bad.
You know what I really want now, kind of.
What you really, really want?
AI. Not see with the AI thing like that. But thinking back, I want the full body VR thing. Immersion, virtual dive into a virtual world type thing.
Ah.
Be able to, not say play like Satisfactory, but like actually play Satisfactory, be in it, moving around, not just staring at a screen. Kind of like I said, kind of like doing VR, but have it where you're actually in the game, or in some virtual worlds.
On a slightly different note, I am now uploading supercomputers automatically to the dimensional storage.
Okay. You going back to the ship to send it off?
No, it's in. I set up a dimensional depot so that supercomputers can just go right in there.
But we need to put supercomputers into the hub to go off base, Sally.
Oh yeah. I'm working on that. I'm getting distracted.
Yes, that's why I'm trying to keep you on course. I'm going back to main base right now too. I am trying to get to main base because I fixed our power for now. I fixed our plastic a little bit because we got extra plastic coming in. So I am going back to main base because I had an idea, but I forgot.
Ah.
I see purple slug.
Yay!
More purple slug. But I'm in trance at the moment, so I can't get him to get it.
Ah.
Oh, that's what I was gonna go do. I got a bunch of alien DNA capsules that I made from processing a lot of alien remains that we have in storage.
Okay.
I am going to go and put them in a shredder so you can get more tickets and unlock uh, special things. I see you're making a conveyor belt, or you're making some kind of platform. If you look to the right, you can see me on the train.
Yay! I see the train passing.
I'm honking. Can you hear the honking?
No. Sorry.
Too far away.
Oh, I can hear the honking now. Yay!
Yay.
Alright, so I have a dedicated plastic train.
So it's made of Legos?
Let's go with yes. Just make sure it's not made out of the old, like, what was it? There were Legos. Old brown Legos had like a problem that caused them to not work correctly. That caused them to break easily. There we go. I got there. I did the thing. I'm successful. I'm good clown. Yes.
They were more fragile.
They're more fragile. Exactly. They're more fragile.
I have made it back to base.
Yay!
Well, I have good news, Sally.
What's the good news?
There's no longer plastic hiccup, it looks like. There's lots of plastic now.
Oh, but I have dedicated plastic train on the way.
No, it's fine. I'm just letting you know that there's... What the heck is that?
What did I do this time?
I'm on top of the... Ah! So, you know how our base is high up in the air?
Yeah?
Well, I was checking the MAM, and the giant flying creature happened to come up to me and carry me off.
Oh my gosh!
So I'm sitting on top of it, I'm trying to click on the MAM, trying to pick a research item, and all of a sudden, I see something light blue flash on my screen, and all of a sudden, I'm being dragged backwards, and it says "pet" on the screen. Like, oh my god, let me go!
It says "pet" on the screen as you're being dragged away. Let's go.
Okay, Sally.
Yeah?
I have a hard drive library. I have a diluted fuel recipe, which you might like. It uses heavy oil residue and water to make.
Okay. That sounds good.
Do you have water over there with you?
Yes.
Okay, you can bypass the step by using the fuel and water instead of making whatever. Anyway, the recipes I have right now are fun. Listen to this, you're gonna laugh. Okay, first it says alternate diluted fuel. Right, I just told you what it was. Alternate fuel, fertile uranium.
I feel scared right now. Anyways, diluted fuel. Let's go.
I'm getting more hard drive.
don't think the enemies were killed near a drop pod because I'm seeing a lot of enemies but no drop pod, and I'm just like, frick.
What drop pod?
Crash debris.
Oh.
I think It's okay. I solved the problem. And the question was violence. The answer was yes.
Some of the drop pods might not have enemies to say, and that only reason is. You tell me I can do that? Oh, okay. Some of the drop pods are what you would call starter drop pods.
Okay.
Which basically means that, you know, they're babies drop pods. They let you teach you about drop pods. So they'll have very little enemies, maybe a hog or two, and it'll require something silly like iron plates or iron rods or something. You can tell the more advanced ones, of course, by the fact that it having, you know, something really, you know, weird to unlock it. Oh, you require all of a sudden, what's it called? The thingies, electromagnetic control rods. At the start of the game, you're not gonna have that on you. You're not gonna have an electromagnetic control rods to be the game.
Yeah. So the enemies spawned after we took the stuff in?
Maybe, unless that was just a special one altogether that didn't have any enemies. Or the enemies are stuck somewhere behind a box or something.
That makes sense. Okay.
Alright, Sally, I want to do something silly, but I don't want to mess anything up. I want to take all the summer sloops that I could find up to 11 and build a summer sloop power plant.
Okay.
But I don't know where the summer sloops are necessarily. But I really want to wait until we get the singularity cell, so we can make the alien power matrix, so we can get more power out of the matrix. Out of the matrix.
I'm almost back at base.
No! I did it again! It almost took me again, Sally. I see your platform over there, Sally.
Okay. Okay, so which floor has all the plastic stuff? I think it's the third floor?
Yes, this floor right here where we're at right now. Yes, you're heading straight to.
Okay, cool.
You see my little droney right here? My droney base? This is where plastic is.
Okay.
Okay, that thing really messed me up. That flying monster thing really messed me up. It threw my whole control system whack.
That sounds awesome.
I'm gonna go check on the power to spaghetti pasta because we need 1,000 of it and we have 200 and some. Sorry.
That is a fair thing to be concerned about.
It still seems to be working. It's still going.
Hello, I have a question.
Uh-huh.
Did you add encased industrial beams and motors? Or wait, actually, no, never mind. I can fix the problem.
I can fix that.
Hang on a second. I don't need you to add stuff. We have it in Dimensional Depot. I just make a crafting bench and I get to work.
Yes. But here's the counterpoint, Sally.
Yeah.
We don't have. Okay, we do have dimensional storage, or we have a pretty good sized box here of uh dimensionals, not dimensional, of encased beams. I am going to make a dimensional depot for it, so we can have forever depot.
Okay.
And then I'm going to do something for motors. We need motors. Is that what you need too?
Yeah.
Always need motors. So I'll make another dimensional depot or motor production because I'm looking at the motors right now and they're not moving. So whatever's using motors is basically full.
Um, let's not touch that too much. That's gonna be for project parts. Some of the motors goes towards project parts,
Sally,
the phase parts.
it's not.
But
It's not. It's not moving.
it's okay. I'm making them. I'm doing. It's okay. I have a box for motors that you can just
I'm
take
gonna
from
use
that.
that box. I'm going to put the dimensional storage on the box for that.
Okay.
But
Okay,
what
that
I'm
is
trying to explain.
that is okay. Yeah.
So
I'm
are you
trying to
sure you
be
got a box for motors?
silly. I
'Cause I
should.
don't see a box for motors.
Uh.
Okay, I see it.
Okay. Cool. Cool. I was just like, frick, did I not make a box for that?
And this is why we have problems. Then you do a box when there need to be a box. All right, motors are going into box. Industrial case beams are going into box. You have electromagnetic control rods going into a box. Why, Sally? Why?
I.
I needed those like 10 minutes ago. Hey, I needed them. I needed them 5 streams ago, Sally. I've been struggling with this for how long now? And you got a whole box just stuffed to the rafters with control rods. You see, you've been struggling with power, right? With the nuclear reactors having no power, right? You know, you remember that, right? Yeah, yeah.
It would be fixed if I didn't do that. Okay. Okay, I see the problem.
I'm gonna make up a new term.
Yes.
It's gonna be called stellified.
Stellified?
You've been stellied. Yes.
Okay.
Now, I think we have modular frames already going into Dimensional Depot. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Do we have modular frames that are going into Dimensional Depot on its own?
I
Question.
don't think we do.
Well, I just put a depot on one, and it went full.
Oh yeah, it's probably because I dumped my inventory and it was probably full of that, so yeah. I've been doing a lot of dumping my inventory and stuff.
Okay, but it doesn't make sense if for it to just be full without, taking anything in. I am highly surprised though.
I'm highly surprised.
You do not have a storage box coming out of this what the heck? You don't have a storage going in for satyrs. You have a box going into the satyrs, and then all of a sudden it goes out into electromagnetic control rods. So we don't have a dedicated Seder production.
Oh yeah, I did that at one point. It was solidified.
Yes. Okay, here's the other problem I see. It's got loops in it. I'm taking the thing out of it.
Okay.
So I'm going to put another dimensional storage. You have a splitter. No.
What's the no?
I'll find another one.
What did I do this time?
Do you have any up top on the second on the floor above where I'm at right now, making stators?
I don't know.
Going up the plane. You have to at this point. You got so much going on. I'd be shocked if I don't see a stator production up here somewhere. Okay, you have encased steel beams here like crazy, and it is going into a heavy modular frame box.
Yep.
But the screw production is not there. And screw production is coming from splitter that, for some ungodly reason, you have it splitting and full power speed. It's still not enough. You got that going to reinforced plate that's going into heavy modular frames, which is full, which is going back into, what is this again? Heavy modular frames, which heavy modular frames going into this box, which is full as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I see it. Okay, I see it. Now, question 7. Question.
The point I'm gonna be worried is where Ryan points to and says, "Oh yeah, she does this in her own programming all the time," and I'd be like, "Hang on, no, I shouldn't." Wait, which side does this?
Sally?
What?
Did you bring the computers over here?
That's it. Did I do the what?
You were supposed to be bringing computers over.
I was. Magic GitHub for Satisfactory. Yeah.
You fill me with such confidence. You're supposed to do this. Yeah, I was. Okay.
I was supposed to bring supercomputers or just computers?
We're trying to do the milestone, Sally, that's on the screen in front of you on the top right corner.
Right. Give me a second. I can just fill that out right now. That milestone shouldn't be the hardest to fill out right now. I hooked it. I did thing followed by other thing, and it should work. That is the celestial way. Ah! Hang on. Oh, right. I have to take it out of dimensional storage. Oh, yeah.
Again, Sally, you fill me with such confidence when you make that sentence.
We have supercomputer protection. Yeah, I just need to go to the Dell, like, the Dell floor. The computer floor. Over here. Then I have the access for the computers. Just, computers, yep. And then supercomputers. Here. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We have plenty. We have plenty. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
I know we have plenty. I fixed it.
Of supercomputers.
Yes, I fixed it over here. I increased the production of everything to make it go faster.
There you go. Dang it, it broke again. It's not a competition,
What?
but other pioneers such as
Look,
Becky
look.
and have already completed project assembly by this point. Fixit was obviously wrong about you, but perhaps so was I. No. Regardless, you have finally unlocked the quantum encoder, which requires vast fluctuating power and excited photonic matter to produce highly complex parts. Do not make the same mistakes managing the resulting dark matter residue as you did other byproducts. Project part number 11, the AI expansion server, is now your highest priority. Galaxy-wide project management is taxing even the most advanced among us, especially those who have to manage the less advanced, like kittens and puppies, who are definitely still waiting for you to save them.
I'm starting to
Lowercase
wonder.
c.
Oh my God, yes, Sally.
But
We can do wet concrete, more parts, more inventory slots. I'm doing more inventory slots. Look at our slots now, Sally.
And I'm looking at a thing. Oh, we could do this one. Oh, this is easy. But our inventory. Oh, I have to scroll for it now.
You have a more of a thing now.
Yeah.
So biochemical sculptor, project 11. It requires assembly director and dark matter residue, a byproduct of quantum encoding process ultimately generated in the converter. That we can make the synthetic thingies.
Also, speaking to Ryan for a second. Ryan, you can add the quote. Either one works.
Oh, superposition oscillator? Cool. Neural quantum
Yeah.
processor? And then AI expansion server. All of that
Yay.
done in dark matter crystal. It requires diamonds and dark matter residue to make dark matter crystal.
Yay.
Use a synthetic power shards. We got synthetic power shards. We can make our own sluggies.
Oh, frick. I could
Excited platonic matter. Formed and converted by inducing intense photons through exposure to SAM and highly enriched element. Okay, it just shows photonic matter. It doesn't show what's inputted in. That's different. Produced and converted.
Uh-oh. Alright, let's do like. Sometimes this game feels like a little bit of a kind of like a version of Bob the Builder.
If you say so.
But it's like Bob the Builder, can we fix it? Bob the Builder. Ah! When incoherent screaming. But, you know, we work on it. We work on it. I also picked up another drop pod. And uploading the hard drive.
Yeah. I'm just hanging out by the by my secondary train over here. I'm just hanging out over here. So we have not yet researched singularity filter. So we cannot make the power matrix yet. Gotcha.
Have a solution. My problem of travel. Whee!
Did you just wee right by me?
Maybe.
You did.
Whee!
Okay, what did you do?
What's happening?
Well, I see,
Oh my gosh! Ah! Oh my gosh! Frick, I have to move the mouse to not cause it go. Blah. I'm still spinning slightly. Okay, I'm alive. No, I'm not. Ah! Okay, no, wait, no! I need my carpet! I need my carpet with trail guards! It's fine!
Okay, I see a factory and I see a celly.
Ah! Okay.
I see geysers that we can use as well.
Just... Oh, that went so poorly. You can imagine a series of Bob the Builder edits where it just replaces stuff with incoherent screaming. Yeah.
I need high-speed connector. Okay. You know, it's fun to say, Sully, but I don't think I've touched the ground in like 10 minutes. I've just been in the air the entire time.
Okay.
Now, question, Sully. I know you've done it, but I want to make sure. Have you done anything with high-speed connectors to connect storage boxes? I want to turn it into a dimensional storage decoder.
Yeah.
That way we can have a forever supply of high-speed connectors.
Wait. Trade. No, it's fine. It's fine. I hope it's fine. I don't know it's fine. I feel vaguely worried. Yay.
This is a very bad geothermal plant. but I don't care at this point. I am making it easier just for the beginning.
How to motivate for when you don't want the chaos to end just yet. Yep, exactly. Attack! Ah!
I need more high-speed connectors. Why are you doing this to me?
Because it's funny.
I am making more high-speed connectors.
Yeah.
You need 25 per geothermal.
Well. Yay for everything. So now it's time for me to double check that the nuclear pasta is fine.
Nuclear pasta is fine. There's no problem with nuclear. It is going as fast as it possibly can without crashing the entire system.
Out crashing the entire system.
Yeah.
Got it.
It has full. It's full of stuff. It needs to take time, like some of those heavy energy. We don't have this problem.
Ah. You don't have the capacity for a lot of things at the moment. Perfect to you, yay! Just push the dragon-proof concept here. Yay! Okay. Honk. Ah! Hi, Cortez. Second. Ah! OBS is doing a thing, so go and quick fix it. I can't hear anything. So it's an easy enough problem to fix. It's just that like I disconnected my headset at some point and I reconnected it, and then OBS was like, OBS is now trying to output to where my headset originally was, despite the fact that it is in the exact same place. It is convinced it is a different place and will not output unless I manually change everything to output again.
Ah.
It is doing that thing. Oh, right, there's an achievement that I want to get. Eli, where are you?
No, don't kill me.
Oh, don't worry, I want you to kill me first.
I'm in the middle of something. I'm trying not to die. What is it you want to
Okay.
do?
I want you to run me over.
Okay.
I'm headed in your direction at high speed on my train. Oh wait, no, I just passed you. Frick. Whee!
There isn't any more geysers.
It's full of crude oil. Yeah, that is full of crude oil. Wait a second. This is absolutely chock full of crude oil. This is absolutely chock full of crude oil. And I have an idea. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Refinery. Another refinery. And then I say, hey, what about I put a junction in this pipeline with the crude oil? And then I say, hey, what if this pipeline goes over here? Over here. And instead,
You run away from me. Don't you run away from me, Hoggy.
wait. I can't use a polymer resin direct. Like, I wanted to make heavy oil residue. I wanted to make fuel and have heavy oil residue to make more fuel. But no, making fuel is just... It just makes heavy oil residue.
I made you something new, Sally. So did I not mention that earlier?
Oh yeah, you did mention that. I
You
just...
can make residual fuel with that.
I could make fuel with... my brain.
With something, yes.
My brain goes brr. It also goes psst. I'm not happy when my brain goes psst. Brain going psst is recipe for disaster.
Okay, Sally, is there any possible way in the world you can give me some high-speed connectors for the dimensional storage?
How many do you need? What?
50.
50. High-speed connectors. High-speed connectors. One takes high-speed connector. You take high-speed connectors. Oh yeah, we're full up on high-speed. Oh yeah.
Are you telling me I'm struggling for no reason over here?
No wait, hang on. No? Ish. Give me a second. And I need a big more thing. I need a big thing. Okay, cool. You should have your high-speed connectors.
I found some. I'm doing geyser work right now,
Yeah.
so I increasing our power a little bit.
Ah.
I found some unpure geysers, and now I found some pure geysers. Oddly enough, they're right next to your uh, sulfur.
Ah. But you should have high speed connectors now.
Yes,
Was
I
it
made
enough?
yes, I made two, and I'm doing another scan for more geysers. All right, you already got the guys you had at your train, and that looks like all there is for us in this area.
Yeah.
All right, heading back to base. I did some landscaping, Sally.
Yeah. Does it look horrendous?
You put train going through buildings, so I cleared or not building. You put train going through like plants, so I blew the plants up.
Oh. So you fixed the problem I made.
Yeah, it's not a problem. It's clipping, but I just don't like it. I don't like that kind of thing. It's like that just looks wrong. That's just wrong.
That is fair. You also might not want to come over to where I'm at, but it's fine.
Uh huh. Why in the world, Sally? Why in the world?
What did I do this time?
So you have two train cars coming in with plastic, and you have them coming in and then combining into one over here by the train box.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we want to make? No, we don't want to make two diamonds. I can't make. I don't have rocket fuel for this.
You talk about the config file code I wrote and how it should always be the case that the config files that the GUI will eventually produce should parse properly, even as things are added. Yeah. Okay.
So, question. Oh my God, question.
What's the question?
Um, do you want me to put the peak efficiency things?
Do I want you to what?
The milestone Sally.
Uh, I'm getting distracted. I could come back and finish like several of the milestones though. I have also hopefully slightly increased production? Like power production? Oh well, that's 250 megawatts, and we're producing thousands of megawatts. That's not doing crap. That's fine. Might be a good time to introduce unit testing and help ensure that. What if you had to test that code? Do it. Do the things. But yeah, I'm coming back for the milestones.
We're gonna have trouble with one of them, Sally.
What's one of them? Oh, the aluminum.
Third one. Yes. Yes, we're gonna have trouble with that.
I'm on it. Wait, what do you make aluminum with? Bauxite? It's bauxite.
That's not the problem. The problem is um we're consuming more than we're using.
Okay. In which case, I'm gonna make another side factory thing, but this time, it's for aluminum. No. For aluminum. Thinking about to make it use a different folder to write files to, so these to swap which allow the tests to control that seem to be add extra arguments to the relevant functions defaults to yeah. Well, copy refactor work on strings and keep the file IO as a separate step. Possibly. I will warn you, Ryan, look at advertisements. I can talk about this without boring people who aren't subscribed. Right now, I am... well, my brain is kind of feeling... I need to take a break from that. I take a break from doing the silly haha... Well, I take a break from doing the I am serious, I am trying to figure out how to make things work. I'm actually thinking about how to future-proof stuff and make it usable by everybody. I take a break from that with silly, haha, I am doing things, like, just because it works.
Well, here's the thing to do, Sally. You don't have to, you know, the trend right now is, you know, you don't have to do release on day one. You can do updates and patches and stuff.
Yeah, but I'm still just like, I want to make something that works.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying, you know, have to produce something, but get it functional, get it working, and then worry about fine-tuning, you know?
Yeah,
and even then, you might get feedback and be like, oh, I didn't think about doing that. And then, you know, you can change it up. Different. Make it better.
just go with the first deceptive option you mentioned. Yes. I am currently not in the I am fully programming thing headspace right now. I'm sorry.
We got plenty of bauxite, but you need bauxite and water and silica. You need like 2 or 3 different things to make aluminum.
I am going to have... I'm going to have a place with dedicated aluminum production.
We have a place with dedicated aluminum production. We just need more of it.
Yes. So I've got to make another.
Have you seen where it's at, Sally? To copy it?
No. I am gonna do the best job. Sorry. I was like, I was trying to be funny, but I did blow that off a little bit. No, but I'm like, after doing all the plastic production stuff and having done all the various steps for this, there we go. I feel somewhat okay with, like, doing this.
Okay.
Also, I am hoping that because I see a, I'm hoping that because I see a walkway that is going to have power on it, so I can just, like, quickly grab that.
Uh-huh.
It's the one with the hypertube on it.
There's no power on that walkway. Hypertube on it.
Oh.
There's train, so you can get, you know, a hover pack, but actually getting power off of it.
Well. It is time for me to fix that issue. Oh wait, or I could do the smart thing. I can do the smart thing. And behold, the power of power towers! Give me a valid... There you go. Unauthorized hostility. I do not care. I have a mission. Plus, the great thing about the power tower is that I can just, like, quickly climb up it.
Yes, and use a defensive. Yes.
Yeah. The defensive power tower. And then I can set it out a distance. No, not that direction. Yeah. And do the zip wire. The zip line. Oh, actually, you know, I can just do that. Whee! Oh, this looks fantastically. Unauthorized hostility. Doesn't matter! Do this, and I say, let's see how far away I can, like, aim this.
Really? Okay.
What was it really about?
Nothing. I saw something over here. You like really?
It's the constant question of what did I do now?
What did you find?
I feel like this is a very silly method of travel, but it works. And I kind of love that. I love that a lot.
What method of travel are you doing?
What I'm doing is I'm setting up a power tower as far away as I can manage. And then I'm ziplining on the line that makes as result.
That
And I'm
drives
just
me nuts.
continue.
I do that.
What?
I do that all the time.
Yeah.
I zip line. I put the thing and then zip line.
Ooh, Mercer Sphere.
Grab it.
Look through the window and notice a thread.
Yeah. Oh, I got the Mercer Sphere. And uploading it. I am going past the materials flying past me to build the thing. And that's kind of awesome.
Uh-huh.
Just seeing the materials whip by and then I just fly past them and it's like, ay. Oh, wrong way.
I found circuit boards and I'm now upgrading circuit boards.
Yay. Wait, is this a geyser? The guys, it's water. That's water.
Water is a geyser. It's a geyser would say geyser. Water is water. How do you extract water from? Is it a multiple layer water thingy, or is it just?
Yeah, it's a multiple layer water thingy.
Yeah, then that's not.
Okay. Yeah, but something wants to fight me over it, and I'm like, whatever. I don't want to fight you over it. Gee. Jeez, as a G-force is...
I'm highly against doing this, Kelly, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I am going to. You have high-speed characters that are stuck.
Okay.
I'm going to do what you do and put a splitter in it and split it up into a box.
So what you're saying is I've converted you to the dark side.
From that box. From that box, I'm going to put a dimensional depot.
I like how you have to. You have to do a quick little no.
What the heck is all this mess?
What is what mess? What'd I do?
You got like 15, not really, but like 7 Mark 1 power poles here that you could just do with one Mark 3 power pole.
Oh yeah, I do have a bunch of places where that's happened. I mean, yay. I've begun to be better about that. A little bit. I've begun to be a little bit better about that.
So I have Dimensional Depot, a high-speed connector split off from down below. You have computers very slow.
Yeah. I mean, there's more plastic coming in there.
Apparently not that much.
Apparently not enough?
Oh, it's coming up to the main thing.
Yeah, we need to... Right. We need to fix that.
Alright, I know how to...
Okay.
They're there. I have to ask, Ellie,
Yep. What's the question?
you have the slowest conveyor belt. And I have to ask,
Why?
why do you have why do you have the snail mail on the conveyor belt going to
Because steel is the future, baby! And I like the Mark III, so easy.
No, yeah, I'm not. You have Mark Ones and all this plastic stuff that you need for factory.
Oh, I have Mark I. Oh, that's...
Yes, you have lots of Mark Ones over here. I'm like, why do you have this snail mail computer factory?
Because stills are cool!
Just knowing that kind of systemic.
But in reality, I probably just made those a while ago.
Sally.
Ah,
I have managed. I have managed to get enough sun panels to build electric power generator.
Yay!
So I am going to. I am going to do that now. I'm going to build.
Okay.
So our power should go up 10%.
Okay.
Plus.
Getting a box. I have water over there. So now the question becomes, where's the closest quartz deposit?
So a static power of 500 megawatts, and then a boosted power of 11 or 1300 power.
Wait. This better. And as long as Light doesn't ask questions, we're good.
Then you're never gonna ask questions. So.
You're only gonna ask the right questions when you come by and see what's happening.
I think they broke. I think they broke the. Power augmenter.
Yeah? What makes you say that?
It has an input into it, but input doesn't take.
Oh, is that a geyser guarded by multiple very dangerous enemies? Ow. Might be in trouble. But that's okay! Whee! Ah! Run, 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 run! I destroyed a nest. Aha! Another nest! Run. Meow. Yep, that's a geyser. Awesome. Ow. Hey, Light, I think I might die soon.
Don't do that. It's bad.
I know. It's a bad habit of mine. I don't know where I picked it up from.
I don't know either. Probably playing too many games that have been done.
Probably too many, like, deep existential games about dying. Or maybe just Limbus
Well, I have
Company.
some good news. I have some good news, Henry.
Yeah.
We have a ton
Happy.
of power.
Oh, that's good. That is good news. I also have good news.
Uh-huh.
I've hooked up another geothermal generator.
That's good.
I just passed by it. Oh. There are a few, there are a few geysers here, so I'm just gonna take that, that. Any other geothermal generators around here? Oh, any other geysers around here? Not that I can see.
You can do a scan for him, by the way.
Oh, I can. Oh, yeah, I can. Okay. None that are very nearby. Okay. darkness, our power production is now higher. Wait, how much do the geothermal generators give anyway?
Depending on which level they are.
Oh, I see. Power boost
You
now.
That's the power feature I talked about.
Okay,
The
so it's,
geothermal plants, if you have impure, normal, and pure, those are the different amounts of power that it'll produce.
alright. That's what I was. Purpose. Give it. Come on. What? I saw for a second. On game, give it to me. Wait, I saw something. Oh,
So, Sally, milestones.
yeah.
Did you get aluminum production?
I am working on it.
Okay.
I'm being attacked by things that protest my presence.
Yes, factory expansion. They must be killed. We need more
Ah,
factory. We need the factory.
is that just a trick of the light, or did I actually see a nasty enemy? Trick of the light. Hopefully, trick of the light. Hopefully, trick of the light. Okay.
I didn't trick you. It's not a trick of me.
Hey, light. Could you upload a bunch of portable miners and some fused modular frames? Or just a bunch of portable miners? Wait, nope, I can make them. Right.
I was gonna say you could probably make them. I can make some and upload, but I am currently in a process.
I keep on forgetting that we have the space thingy, so I can just go through and make the stuff myself. That
Yeah,
just
you
because I
just
don't
put
have the
a
materials on my person doesn't mean I can't make them.
yeah. You just have to put down a thing, a workbench.
I have to put. Now it's time for... If you don't tell Light, then she might be happy with that. There's a monster!
Okay, that doesn't sound pleasant.
Ow! Ow! It's a dangerous monster! Ah. Oh, yes. Ah! I died. I guess the rules smarten up. I just, I could have used that earlier. I could have used that a little bit earlier, Ryan. That is against the rules. Okay.
You know, get what's it called? Thingies, right? The inhalers and make yourself stay alive a little better.
I mean, yes. I just didn't have any on my person at that exact moment.
Okay, Sally, I have done something kind of crazy.
What is it?
You come up to the top floor.
I can't even check the VOD. Oh. Okay.
I can go with you if you need some help at the monster level.
Yeah, I would need some help. I'm just gonna go take the elevator to the top floor.
Does the elevator go to the top floor?
Good.
Like the very top?
Unless you added another floor, it should.
You added that floor, so... Oh, no,
Okay, cool. Then it should.
Except you have the elevator door coming right into a freaking thingy, a fluid buffer.
It's okay. It's okay.
Hi, Sally.
Alright.
I'm above you, flying. Alright, come over
Yeah.
here.
Oh, I see. Oh, that looks cool.
Look to the left.
Oh! Oh, I see. Oh, the battery.
Now.
I mean,
An hour to charge all those batteries. I like quadrupled our battery capacity. It is charging at 4,500 rate right now.
the one might be the. Time for me to go get my stuff. Wait, is this the correct direction? This might not be the correct direction. This is not the correct direction. I'm like, help would be appreciated, yeah.
You took off without me again, Sally.
What?
You took off without me.
Sorry.
But how can I help you if you just like zoom and you're gone?
ADHD go burr? That's a problem sometimes. Like, legitimately speaking, it's a problem I deal with. Like, ADHD does go burr. And when I get in the mood, I do things. And then after I do things, it suddenly goes burr.
And I I don't have any smokeless black powder. What?
Wait, I gotta check the map. What am I doing? There's a map for a reason. That's great. That direction. I am pointed the right way. Vaguely. Yes.
Hopefully. Because you have
Probably.
jetpacks that you fell into the world a couple times.
Oh yeah, I did.
I heard Doggo wants to get out somewhere.
Doggo wants to come back in because Doggo went outside. Remember that? Now I just have to find the powered line. Because I died next to a powered line that I put down. Aha! There it is. Okay, I found the way to my body. Whee!
I fell. I died it.
No! Don't die!
I was going so fast behind you, Silly, I hit you in the back and I almost... Silly, you're going too slow!
I'm going
You're
too
too
slow?
slow, Silly! Yes, you're killing me, look, I'm behind you!
Fine, I'll speed up. Whee!
There's Trick Princess behind me. There's Trick Princess behind me, Silly. The little spider.
Ah. There's gotta be a point. Wait.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there we go. You might want to transfer over to the other line. Because, like, the other... you'll find out. You'll find out.
Silly, you don't fit with any confidence.
I mean, confidence is for the weak.
So
Maybe.
before... Yeah. So before you do, what's it called? Before we do, oh my god, Silly.
You're about to have... You're about to have complaints.
I had existential crisis, like, pretty bad just now.
Just now?
Did you click through a goddamn mountain?
Yes.
Why?
And also... Yes, Ryan, you can add that quote. It's because it was there? It's because it was there.
You didn't build this with you. Why did you build it? Why am I about myself?
I don't know. Alright, it goes up. Okay. Close to the place of my death. Okay. All right, yeah, if you, you mean you're already here. You're gonna lose confidence in me. Confidence for the week. Why'd you put that down?
Why? I needed to fly over here.
Oh,
I'm flying on a different set of power lines.
okay.
I heard that. I don't need to touch the ground.
And now for the fun part. Oh, you're blowing things up. Okay. Like, why are you exploding? What's happening? I was like, oh, it's just because you're. It's because my love.
The hog.
Oh, it's the hog. Okay.
I'm slowly blowing it up, but it's not really blowing up.
Oh.
I scared off the doggos away. There's doggos over here. I scared them away.
I mean, with the kaboom, 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 that makes sense.
There's a bunch of them over here. Walking on the ground is for the weak.
Walking in the air is where it's at. All the confidence you've come to expect from me. I guess time to dogs in. Hello. Hi. Okay. Doggos.
Let me just casually grab this purple slug in the tree.
Okay.
Let me go casually grab this yellow slug as well. So why are you doing crystals, Spidey? By chance?
Silica.
Question: are all these your doggos?
No, I haven't. I haven't tamed them. Or have I?
The ones that are here. Nope, doesn't look like it. They're not. They're running away. But there's a bunch of them over there. Okay, so what are you doing with silica?
Illumina. You did it. I'm taking over to the bauxite.
Silly. Here,
What?
let me show you something. Let me show you something. On the conveyor belt thingy, I do this.
Yeah.
Get the conveyor belt, I click the button, and I come to where I want to go. And as it stops, then I put the thing here.
Ah.
And then from here, I shoot back over there and make them over here.
Ah.
you go from here, go to where you want it to go, and then stop.
Okay.
I'm gonna go fight some.
Okay. You're not going to continue watching this travesty in progress?
I don't like watching train wreck.
Ah, but this isn't a train wreck. This is potentially worse.
All right, Sally.
But
Look down, Sally. There.
and what do you do down?
Look down.
Yes. What? Ah. For a brief moment, I went blind.
That's called the nuke. Son.
And ecological devastation follows for all time.
There's a radioactive hog down here. With a spitter.
Hello, dogs. Yeah.
I killed the radioactive spitter, radioactive hog.
Yay! Where do you
Nothing but nothing but novelist. And I just killed a spitter, and it just did a funny little spin.
Oh, nice. Oh, it's not soupy. Soup. Yum.
Oh my god!
What's the oh my god about?
Well, this particular thing that I just found, box, right? It requires a geopositioner, hydromatic, something, something, blah, blah, blah. We just got to be able to develop it.
Ah.
It is a very expensive thing to make.
So we're
For
able
a
to
single
make it.
hard drive.
Ah. For a single hard drive.
For a single hard drive. Thankfully, it only takes one thing to make it, not several.
Oh, that's convenient.
Yes. However, I do not think we can make it on our own. I think it has to be made. It has to be made in the machine, the quantum processing machine.
Ah.
Yes, superposition isolator. It requires to be made in a quantum encoder. And a quantum encoder requires dark matter crystals, which require plastic and dark matter energy residue. And it makes this with this, and it requires excited photonic matter, which I don't think we can make that yet.
Oh.
So half of what we need, we can't even really make it yet. I am going to try though. I am going to try to make this with what we have here. I just want to see. I cannot make a converter. The converter requires fused modular frames, radio controls, and SAM.
Well, we are
And
producing
quantum
fused
encoder.
modular frames, so that's good.
Yeah, yeah. But you're nowhere near the area to upload.
I did take a lot of our fused modular frames to make things, so sorry. Sorry.
I don't need it. I mean, we don't need the hard drive that bad, do we?
No, we don't. We're not desperate yet. By the
Sally?
time we are desperate, we might have the capabilities. Yeah.
Why are you building a hyper? You're building a conveyor belt highway for some. Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
This is. Wait, you're gonna die?
I almost died. I fell out of the sky.
Oh.
I did not have a my jetpack on me, and you kind of. I was running on your conveyor belts, and suddenly found myself without power.
Oh.
Yes, the conveyor belt did not have power.
It doesn't.
Okay, that's a big boy. Reloading with better ammo.
Let me see. Can I remember why I'm doing this, or am I going to only remember once I've reached my destination? Let me think. I'm taking the quartz to the bauxite. Ah, yeah.
You wanted silicon.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. You haven't
I'm
been
surprised.
certain Mercer spheres or sleuths when you're out here in the middle of
Wait, no. I haven't been hunting them down. No, I haven't, have I?
I would have figured you would have been searching for because I know there's a couple nearby. I think we've already got them, or we haven't yet. I'm not sure if we have or haven't. Oh my god!
What's the oh my god?
I failed. You didn't see me just fall in front of you?
Nope.
You not see me at all. Am I invisible? Is that what you're telling me?
I don't see you near me right now.
I just fell.
Oh. That would explain why I didn't see you.
I'm over here by your geothermal plants.
I just have the single question of, where's the bauxite I put down to mine? I don't remember where I put it.
I would do a scan for it, Sally. Maybe you might see it.
I think it's over there? Might be over there. If it's not over there, frick. I might be headed straight towards it. Which is good. Of course, I might not be, which is bad, but yeah. Put aside the potential bad.
I'm kind of cheating right now. I think kind of.
Okay.
I am using gas. I'm using gas novelist to kill this the little bees.
Oh, nice. That makes sense.
And then I'm using my shotgun scatter to kill the bee plant, the beehive.
So something that amazed
they're not-
me,
Uh-huh.
is that I sometimes take a look at the achievements, and I haven't gotten the achievements for placing down like a lot of foundations, and I'm like, huh, that surprises me.
Well, luckily for you, Sally, you have unlimited supply essentially of components to make foundations. I have
Yeah.
a base set up specifically to supply plates and concrete. So you can make as much foundation as you want without worrying about running out.
Yeah. Okay.
I just let you do your working. Goodish, goody, good.
Whee.
Why, Sally? Why? Why do this?
Because
Why cricket? Why go cricket?
something I couldn't go straight to save my life.
That's part of the problem.
Look, I'm a hopeless lesbian. What more do you want from me?
No, that wasn't the problem. That wasn't what I was talking about at all, Sally. I'm doing something incredibly silly. I want to look at what I'm doing.
Give me a second. Just how many instances of lesbian? A lot of them? Oh wow, yeah, that is incredibly silly. Okay.
I'm doing that for this reason right here, so I'm doing this. I don't realize we didn't have this, so I was making this. Okay, now check foundations.
There are 7. Oh, there are 7! I need to up my game. Only 7? Frick.
7 what?
Quotes that contain the word lesbian.
Oh.
Like, those are rookie numbers. I need to get those up. Everybody get down. Let's get advertisements.
I know there's a way to do it. I know there's a way to do it. I know there's a way to make a quest. I just don't remember how to do a quest. Do it, Connor. How many tickets I have left? 1 ticket.
Yeah.
Right. I'm taking another now.
Quote 61 quotes. 7 out of 36.
Whoa!
It's only 2.6%. Yeah, that's rookie numbers. Yeah.
I'm finding nuts.
Ah, nuts.
I need lots of them because of. This place looks familiar. Oh, I know why this looks familiar. This is the box fight zone. There's usually a couple monsters over here. This is where you go, yes, yes there were.
I don't remember.
This
I'll
is where
take your
you
word for it.
Almost died. This is where you almost died.
Oh yeah, I did almost die. But like, you'll have to excuse me. I don't remember which time we're referring to of almost dying.
I think actually this is where we found the doggos too.
Okay. Oh yeah, I did almost die. I just found the remains of the hog I killed.
This is where we found all the doggos that time too.
Oh.
So question.
Yeah.
Why are you doing box fight? Quote unquote silica here?
Because this is where the bauxite ore is.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. But do you have the resources to make aluminum?
I'll find out. Not smelter.
I'm starting to wonder if you haven't thought this 100% through yet.
Eh. Bauxite plus water equals a solution plus silica. Ah. I mean, why think these through when I could... Why could... It's fine. Words are hard. Wait, so did I need to put the quartz all the way over here? Or was that meaningless?
Where are you gonna put aluminum?
Gonna put it in storage? Dimensional depot, probably?
Where are you gonna put the production depot?
On the land.
Where are you going to put the production for aluminum?
Here where it
That's where
is
you're
right
gonna. That's where
now.
you. That's where you need silica.
Ah, that's where you need silica? Oh,
Aluminum.
yeah! I'm just gonna handle that
Aluminum
here.
scrap. Yeah, aluminum scrap is the end thing that you have to get, and then you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do it in this area. Keep it self-contained in this area. All that being said, my brain went, ah! I remember what I was gonna do.
Are you watching the earth-shattering kaboom that I'm doing over here?
I hear the kabooms.
I'm hearing a spider.
Ah. You're clearing out the spider.
Albeit,
Man.
albeit, it's probably overkill. Because these things are not that sturdy. That requires kaboom. But I am not defeating them. All for yellow slug.
All for yellow slug. Yay.
There's more slug. Okay, let me get some body parts here. So you see where I'm at up here on the ledge. I'm up here on the ledge, just exploring.
Oh, okay.
All right, there's another spider over there.
Water extractor.
Okay, this sluggy was hidden away.
Ah.
Oh my god, that's a drop off.
Here.
And then a blue sluggy. I see this place has been sullified. I say that because there's a ladder just randomly in the middle of. Oh no, this is my area.
Oh.
My area. This is where.
No, sorry. I just. Oh my god.
What? What's so funny?
Why make things really good? Okay. Yep. That is a good rhyme. That is good. And just
Sally?
what?
Don't you need water?
Yes.
Okay, I just visited. Right? I said you need water. You said yes, I need water. Oh.
I'm handling it.
Okay. Why in the world is this a level 3 miner?
I felt like it.
The amount of resources, and then you put one, refinery, one, one. You need like 20. For the amount of bauxite you have coming in, you can put 20 refineries. Sally,
Yeah.
where'd you go?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Where'd you go? I don't see
I'm
you.
bringing in water. I feel like I heard a little bit of fear in your voice when you're like, "Where'd you go?" Oh no! What am I gonna go back to? What's gonna happen?
You're not wrong. Okay, I'm gonna go get some fungus.
Yeah.
That might be enough. Let me mix them up. I'm making biofuel for the room to go in and chop and zoom and get rid of all the fungus.
Okay. Now that started. What?
You make that, yeah. I get scared. I get scared.
I, I'm, oh,
Yeah. Like no. That's no.
that's the danger, yeah. I don't like the danger, yeah. I'm just, sorry, it's
The
so
giggle doesn't
funny to
help.
me.
The giggle doesn't help either, Shelly.
The what doesn't help?
The giggle.
Oh my
Doesn't
god.
help.
Oh, that makes me happy though. That makes me really happy to hear that my laughter has created a Pavlovian response of fear in you. Oh, it shouldn't, but it does.
You just start just little things you say, and then it's like, no, why? No.
Like, no. What are you doing? No.
What fresh shell am I gonna come back to?
Oh, we need coal as well. Okay. Okay, so we need
There's
coal.
coal over there. There's coal. There's coal nearby. I know.
You say that real quickly, like, don't go on a big, huge adventure for coal. It's nearby, it's
Yeah,
fine.
you're about to make a transcontinental trip. Coal. Yes, I said trans.
Hands.
So just do a scan for coal and you'll find it.
Oh, it's right up there.
I found coal one time and I'm like, oh look, it's coal. And then I'm like, well, probably I need coal. Okay, okay.
Note that did lower your lesbian quote percentage to 2.67%. Oh! No. Oh my gosh, I have to hit the lesbian quote quota. Oh gosh.
There's a quota
No.
now.
There's a lesbian quote quota now. Oh no. I don't want to know what happens if I don't hit my quota. Okay, whatever's happening to light right now is what happens when I don't hit the quota.
I'm fighting a giant gas spider.
Oh. That's, I better hit that quota.
I am bringing it towards you right now.
What? Wait, what? Wait, what is...
I'm burning away. It is chasing me.
Oh gosh. Yes. Yes, Ryan, that
That's the
would be a
one
funny quote.
enemy. That's the one enemy we cannot cheese. I can cheese the other ones, but that one you cannot cheese.
Not cheese, that
That
one. Okay.
that one likes to jump.
That one jumps. I'm so high.
The other one's just running around. Okay, I made it back to base. Or your mini base over here.
Yeah.
I don't see spooters, so I think we're okay.
Well, that's good you don't see the spooters.
I'm gonna make some therapeutic inhalers.
Oh, therapeutic.
Do you need help?
Oh, I thought you said therapeutic, and I was like, therapy for all the stuff I'm doing to your psyche.
Well, I don't know at this point. So do you want inhalers or not? Here, I'm just gonna put them in dimensional detail. In case you do want. Because I have some on me, so I have enough for me. So you can make your own now, or pick them up out of the. I always have them equipped on me just in case I need to heal myself quickly enough. I can just pop it off and heal. Oh, that requires bacon.
It requires what now?
Bacon. Therapeutic inhaler requires bacon. What?
Oh my gosh! Yeah! It's Carpito! I miss you, Carpito.
Yeah.
And I missed you, Tokri. Oh my gosh, two of them found me again.
Well, they're in this area. They're gonna find you again in this area.
Yeah.
Did you check their items?
Yeah.
What do they have? This one has iron rod. See, I can pet them too. I can check their items too.
It's Kerpito. Cree.
That one's not your friend. What?
What?
I found some more sluggos. Some more doggos, but they're not your slug. Not yours. I said, I think you found the nest over here. So all of them are over there just by themselves.
Oh my gosh. Kerpito found turbo motors. Good job, Kerpito. Good job.
Just now?
Yeah.
No, because Fighter didn't have nothing. One of them had iron rod.
I mean, it took hog remains from Kerpito, and then Kerpito went away and then came back with, like, you know, came back with turbo motors, and I'm just like, yeah, good job, Kerpito. Doing extreme advanced level manufacturing. Good job.
I wonder where you stole that from.
Or maybe he didn't steal it.
There's no way Fighter had. There's no way Fighter had a good enough job to get those.
Kerpito just
I require aluminum casing.
I am working on the production of aluminum.
I am in the middle of a gas mill, and I'm running out of gas filters. I could solve my problem very easily if I just blow up things making the gas. But I have gas filters, so might as well. Alright, hard drive obtained.
Yeah.
Deconstruct everything.
This would be...
Alright, I'm heading towards you because I have to go bathroom. Okay, I've landed on top. I am going bathroom. I will be back.
Okay. Okay, and while light is gone, let's do some more war crimes against efficiency. War crimes. 8 out of 263 bumps you up to 3.04%. Nice. That makes aluminum scrap. Plus water. So... industrial storage. The water. I know what to do. Awesome sink take fluids. I don't see a fluid intake for the awesome sink. What do you mean? Disappoints me. So now with alumina scrap, Aluminum scrap. What do I do with it? Scrap. I use it with silica. Okay. Do I produce silica anywhere? Yes, I do. Aha. Hi. Good job, Carpito. Carpito, let's go. Okay. So, aluminum scrap can be made into aluminum ingots in a foundry. Nice. Wait. Not an assembler, a foundry? Ah. Right. Yeah. Foundry.
I have returned.
Yay! Hit.
Now, Sally.
Yeah.
Copper.
Copper. What about copper?
Copper.
Copper.
What's the end goal, Sally? What are you trying to make?
Lots and lots of aluminum.
No.
What?
What are you trying to make? The end goal. What is the milestone say, Sally?
They don't. It's fine. I don't remember. But I know that takes aluminum.
Help?
Are you alive, sweetie? I'll take that as a hesitant yes.
I have spiders chasing after me. I'm on one of your ladders.
Yay, the ladders helped. Maybe. Kinda.
But they are
Do they help?
climbing the ladder somehow.
Oh. That. Oh dear.
They're getting stuck on the ladder.
Oh dear. Yay.
Oh, you can see me. I'm on the ladder up here.
Oh, I can vaguely see you, yeah.
But there's spiders underneath me.
Okay.
I'm trying to cheese them a little bit,
Okay.
but they don't like cheese.
Ah, lactose intolerant, I see.
They sadly do not like cheese. So they are trying to climb. Except I don't see spiders anymore. They're not the little spiders either. They're the big ones. Little ones I'm not too scared of. The big ones are the ones that can jump and fly.
Ah.
Just grab these last slugs and get out of here. I am gone. I am gone. I am gone. Bye bye. No.
Bye.
No. I don't consent. I don't consent.
What don't you consent to?
Spider jumping on me.
Ah.
Why? What? What? What am I looking at here?
You're looking at something I'm doing?
I'm looking at a fluid buffer on top of a fluid buffer.
Yes. It's so it can fold more fluid. Uh-oh. The coal is a little bit inefficient.
Even with the tier 3.
I didn't add the tier 3 for that coal.
You
I
can
should
swap
have.
out the tier 1 for the tier 3 and vice versa.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a hog.
What's a honk?
That's a mean hog. And Mad Hog is dead.
Honk. Honk, 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 honk.
I'm guessing that's the hog that almost killed you one time.
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, that would be it, yeah. Thinking about locations, and I'm like, yeah, that would be.
Because you have what looks like a panic tower to tower.
Ah, yeah, that would do it. That would be it, yes.
'Cause why would you put two power towers right next to each other? What are you doing now? What?
I like how
What the
you're
heck is
just
this?
like,
Are you trying to create a feedback loop? Are you trying to create the end of the world right here?
the more I'm sitting here, the more it sounds like a demented version of what's this? What's this? It doesn't make any sense. What's this? There's
Well,
no
your
sense.
Pictaro, your Pictaro dog over here had a freaking some rebar shots on him. Like, why?
Ah,
Crypto over here found some spitter remains. And Practical has a quick wire on him.
saying crypto doesn't like help at all. Because they're all technically named crypto. It's just various misspellings of crypto. Like Crypto and Toe Crypt. So saying crypto helps, it doesn't help at all. Oh, that's why you were asking about copper. Ah. I see. Oh, hi. It's Richtpo. Hello, Richtpo. There's Carpito. Oh, right, copper.
Help, 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 help.
Toe crip is when you hit someone really hard with the toe. Toe crip. What's happening, Light? Are you alive?
I escaped somehow.
Oh my goodness.
I saw a purple slug. And I went for it, and it just happened to be inside a hole, and the hole happened to have radiation in it, and some spiders that were a different color.
Oh dear.
All right, I feel like I've ran out my welcome in this area.
That you're being
Because-
attacked and killed by everything?
How did you know?
I mean, I don't know.
Okay, I'm dead. I am dead.
Please don't be dead.
Okay, I survived some.
Yay!
I found a silly ladder.
Yay!
It goes up to nowhere.
Yep, yeah, that's how most of them are.
It's just go up to take off to go someplace else.
Yeah.
But I'm using it to go up so I can get onto my train platform.
Ah.
I have jetpack, so with my jetpack I can actually fly.
Nice.
Now that I'm basically able to get jetpack to a hover pack, I can hover pack on my train track.
Ah.
Because train does provide power, but it does not provide power the same way you can get power. It just has a power. Capability. Okay, I just got turned inside out.
You just got turned inside out?
My eyeball. My eyelid.
And I am surrounded by toxic gas. Oh,
Oh.
that didn't sound pleasant. Oh, hi. Goodbye. Hi. Goodbye. Hi. Ow.
All right.
Uh-oh.
Make sure you use bombs. Lots of bombs.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there's a lot of things around me. I should go. Whee! Uh-oh. Time for a running ladder! A lot of running away. Oh, what the heck? Gosh. Well, that mostly went well. I had a small scare. From something not being where I thought it would be.
Uh-huh.
But I'm okay. I'm also a clown. This is important.
Yeah.
It is suddenly very dark.
Yes, sun went away. We have Aurora Borealis ahead though. So,
Oh, pretty.
Sully, we are like far from base. Like middle of nowhere base.
Yep. You want to make a train station here?
Not particularly. You can put Dimensional Depot though and get the set up for, you know, outcast sheets to be put in automatically, and then we don't got to worry about Train Depot. Because that's all that's going to do there is Train Depot. You might want to put the water coming off aluminum back into the main thing.
Yeah, you're
That
right.
way, because it's going to stop when that thing gets full.
Yeah.
And on that same note, you can put a valve on the water pump coming in to exactly have enough water going into the machine using the water coming off. You know what I mean?
No.
If the end machine is producing 50 water and the machine needs 80 water, you put a valve on the incoming water for 30. That way the outside water is matching the inside.
Oh.
So you don't have to go drain it. It just automatically keeps filling up from what you use.
Okay. That does make sense. I feel like I could do counterpoint, I'm nonsensical. Which is true. So, counterpoint, I'm nonsensical. Okay. bit of shit. What the shit? Every time.
Ah! Flying
What's the
monster hit me again.
Ah. I'm missing rotors. Ah. Rotors are needed for so many things.
At this point, yes.
Yeah. I do kind of wish that like I could just like dump dump liquid into a freaking awesome sink.
Technically, you wanted to do that with through plastic containers and do it that way.
Containers.
Yeah, but there's no real way to deal with extra liquid.
Unless I were to mass produce plastic containers.
But you need plastic for that.
Yes.
And then once you scrap the plastic, you need constant plastic making.
So. Yay.
So,
We have slowed down significantly on everything because it's like we're basically taking entire like streams to be like, okay, and now this thing, we don't worry about it at all ever again.
kinda, yes. We still have to worry about certain things. But right now, we are definitely working towards the goal. 'Cause, like, we need 10,000, 10,000 iron points. That's not a small amount of plate. Now, granted, I almost just completed it, but, I mean, it took 3 tries. We still need more. Alright, alright. I am making another converter. I am very curious as to how this is gonna work. Maybe I'm not gonna make it. I don't have enough sand to make it.
Brick. Park. We found circuit boards. Nice.
Oh,
Thank you, Park.
they're all finding you now, huh? They're all finding you.
Yeah. Oh, right. I need to go, coal.
Well, that's different.
What's different?
Excited photonic matter. It just makes it. There's no input needed. It just makes it.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fun to think about. All right, I can't do Mark III on the miner because I don't have the fused modular. It's okay.
Oh, I'm just.
What's the O?
Well,
Yes.
well, here's me. I put this thing here, right, trying to think that I'm being smart about. Hey, I'm just gonna put this converter here and make some stuff with it. Never realizing it's not a solid, it's a liquid.
Oh.
So I put a storage box in a conveyor belt, wondering why isn't it coming out? Well, it's not. It's a liquid, not a solid.
Ah.
Matter of fact, it's not even a solid. It's a gas.
Ah. That would do it. That would do it.
So I'm like, why is this working?
Honest. At least it's not unexpectedly a plasma. Oh yeah, true.
I'm gonna make it.
Yay?
I'm making up the encoder.
Awesome.
I'm scared because I'm just
I scared. Every time.
I know you can't see it, Sally, but you know that's like at the point where I have my head in my hands. It's just like.
Go.
Holy shit!
Oh. 120. Taking. Only taking 60.
Okay, this thing is pretty awesome. And it looks pretty. Okay, that is different. That is definitely different.
Yeah?
Yeah, it looks different. It definitely looks different. You're gonna have to come and take a test yourself.
Oh, it's not because it's going. Hey, Light, do we have any power stuff?
Power slugs?
Yeah.
Yes.
Can I use them? I need them.
I'm putting them into storage right now.
Thank you.
We can make them. We can make them on our own now. But
Yay!
dark crystal requires diamonds and that. And it requires a particle accelerator. Oh my goodness.
Yep. I have it set up. I have that set up to go.
So you got the diamonds over there.
Yeah. One second. Actually, they're about to hit, so that's fine. I'll see you in a little bit.
Okay.
I'm sitting here. I realized advertisements haven't gone, so I'm just petting a dog.
Uh-huh.
I'm petting a dog like a sane clown would do. Yes.
I am surprised
I surprised.
with how you have the diamonds set up. You have a separate storage box with diamonds.
Which one is it? Advertisements. Run, run. Then 120 is not enough. 187 and 225. That is enough. Okay. Let's just straight up covers it. Ew. How much silica do we have going into the system? The test room won't find a bug. What's the bug? Oh, what's the bug? Bug. Let's see. 5. Has to do with the new lines. Okay.
I've been playing for 5 hours.
Yes. Pick 45. Why does he take only 45? And I produce. My brain is struggling. 150. The 90, 45, so I could go a little extra.
Okay, well that's not 150 at all.
Now look at the copper ingots. Okay. 20 copper ingots. You're making 30 per minute. We're fine. I can't up to you anymore. I've hit the maximum. Hi. I just looked down under my bed. I blocked off part of it with, like, a toolbox because it's heavy and the dogs aren't going to move it.
The dog moved.
The smallest dog decided to take on the challenge and has been hanging out under my bed this entire time. And I only just now noticed because the dog peeked his head out and I was like, huh. That's fascinating. And Anyways, we have aluminum going into Dimensional Depot.
Aluminum or aluminum alum-clad sheets?
The sheets.
Okay.
Because holy sheets, do we need those? Wait. Oh, I don't have an output for you. I think it might be a good exercise for me to run the test, see the error message and fix based on that. But if you I fix, I thought. It much.
And then
It's. It depends on my feels. It depends on my feels. There. Does that make sense for me to say it depends on my feels?
yeah. So these higher end factory buildings, they take quite a bit.
I do also want to say, like, I'm dumping a bunch of stuff into Awesome Sinks now.
Oh.
Number go up, number go burr.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, see, the one thing you can do with the liquid stuff, you can just flush and it goes away.
Ah.
You can't really flush with metal, with the material. So I am in the process of manufacturing the plugs.
Yay! See how the feels are when you get around it. Okay. I'll absolutely let you know if I need help. If I would like help. Yeah. Cool, cool.
So I am expanding some on your base up here, Summer,
Okay.
at the top floor, to get more bird and stuff like that we're making. So yeah, I am making time crystals.
Yeah.
Now because I'm not gonna be able to do this full power today, um, I am simply going to put what I can into this for Sam. I did it again. I did it again.
Yeah.
I need more space. I was doing it backwards again. So I'm fixing it. We need a lot of buildings for this. And I am slowly but surely making that said building. So you need diamonds and dark matter risk. I'm making diamonds over here. At this point, I don't really care how it looks.
So, I do have a question. Aluminum sheets. Is our production being held back by aluminum sheets?
Yes, some, I believe.
Okay.
I say that because of the fact that looking at some of the stuff we have going on, it is causing a backup on one thing, I think it is, because we don't have enough production for it to begin with.
Okay.
Alright, so that's diamonds, coming to diamond, okay. Go to you. Then power go to you. Box go.
Well, if I need to up the, if I need to send some of the aluminum from here back to base, then I could. Back to main base.
I think we're gonna need it.
Okay. Which case, let me think.
So that's dark matter residue. I did it again, Sally.
Ow! Oops, I did it again.
I do not need conveyor belt. I need liquid.
Oh,
Dark matter residue is a liquid, not the solid.
that's there. Full. Wait, well, is that a full? It takes 15.3 at minimum. 90 at maximum. Ah. Drop it down to 30.
Wait, that's it? That's it? Wait, that's it?
What's what? What's what?
I'm looking at this going, maybe I'm wrong, but it's not. I'm
Oh my gosh, I can just type in there. That's a tech field. I can just type it.
type what in.
The target production rate.
Yes, you can type it
Ah. Goes at 90, and then I drop it. Now I can just have another assembly. Let's go in at 60. 60. Another one. If I drop it, I can do that. Eh. I feel like I should just find like iron in the middle of nowhere and just hook up like rotor production to it.
in. You would.
That sounded like the most demeaning. You would. Like that was incredibly demeaning.
You just make it go a certain way, then. You say the things. What is this? What is this? How did I see this? Sorry. Wait, why? What? Oh.
Avatar: The Last Airbender set came to Magic the
Oh.
Gathering. Do people care? People do care. But it's like, I mean, it's an old show. A lot of it's nostalgia. They're going to do a separate series on it, and that's when people are gonna care. But like, until that point, it's like probably not. People are probably not gonna care as much.
I made spaghetti mess earlier. Are you proud of me?
Yeah. The separate airbending, earthbending, waterbending, and firebending mechanics in that set. Oh, that's cool. I do like that. That's not the right one. Aha! This is the right one.
So do you not have any at all?
Do I not have any,
I could sworn you had crystals.
You could have sworn I had what?
The quartz, the crystals. You had crystals coming somewhere.
Oh yeah, I do. I do have
Dude.
quartz coming from somewhere.
I see it here.
Whee! Oh yeah, I hit the jackpot. Purple power slug, let's go. Whee!
I need quartz crystal made from statue. Construct.
20 copper, you could take 20 copper. And this produces 45 copper?
I'm not even gonna. No, I will put a box. I have to put a box. I just cannot not put a box. It's not in my nature to do enough boxes. So. A floor hole. I'm making a floor hole.
Yay! That's a floorable! I can feel the processing happening on your end.
What you feel is me going, why, Sally? Why?
That's probably more accurate. Yeah.
I have good news, Sally.
What's the good news?
I now have automated power.
Yay!
All that, what I'm doing, just to make dark matter rescue. Whoa, 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 what's it doing? What's it doing? That's scary. What's it doing? What are you doing? Oh my gosh! It's a power slug!
Airbending means exile target object. Owner can recast it for 2 mana. The particular cards have different restrictions, like only creatures or any non-lands permanents. There's one that lets you airbend a spell. Oh, nice. That's pretty fun to think about. You produce 150 a minute. And I have this taking... Well... This taking 30. And then we have a 60 and a 60, so therefore 150. Yeah. What?
Automatic time power shards.
Okay.
And
Sorry.
it's gonna be better. Oh my god! I fell out of the sky.
Maybe don't do that.
I ran out of power. I went just a little bit too far out of power range.
Ah.
I'm going to put a dimensional storage depot on top. Oh my god, I don't have enough materials. Never mind. But we're making power shards for free now. We don't have to find silos anymore.
Yay! That's pretty darn awesome. Okay. And also,
And I did it the silly way.
yes! Guess what?
Didn't care. Didn't care how it looked. Didn't care anything. It worked. Alone.
It worked. And that's good. Also, now we have all the aluminum. And I actually
put it in the
cared about
bucket?
the efficiency a little bit. And I'm like, okay, cool. It's not gonna explode. This is good. So now time for train station shenanigans.
Oh wait, I'm. Okay, Sally. I did a.
Did a
Okay, I did power shards, right?
right.
I did power shards so that I could do dark matter residue, right?
Right.
To make the dark matter crystals, I needed dark matter residue. So I made dark matter residue first, and now I'm like, I don't need. Why did I do? We get free power shards. I won't say no to free power shards. But the fact that it's like, yeah, I have a problem.
Fortunate.
Okay, good news.
Yeah.
Good news is I have the resources in place over here, essentially, to do our next thing, next phase item.
Well, that's good. That's the good news.
Yes.
Is there bad news or is it all good all the time?
Let me get back to you on that.
Oh, okay.
I cannot tell you a yes or no. That's not that. We are not at that specific time yet. It's a good thing we upped our power situations.
Yeah?
We're at 12,000 power producing, and we're using up 10,000 power producing.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
A lot of it's just quantum encoder because it uses almost 2,000 power by itself.
Oh dang.
I have another what do you call it? Power concentrator, so that's using up another 1,500 power. I have a converter that's using up 400 power.
Okay.
Another converter using up 600 power. So I have a lot of power draw up here.
Meanwhile, earthbending is target land you control becomes a 0/0 creature with haste that's still a land. Put 2+1/+1 counters on it. When it dies or it's exiled, return it to the battlefield tapped. That last sentence is important. Any combos involving the Toph, the first metal bender card that says non-token artifacts you control are lands in addition to their other types. At the beginning of your end step, Earthbend 2. Oh dear. That... So it's basically like... Your creature dies, like your land creature dies, but it's also like, ah, yes, your land creature dead. Nope, it's basically right back where it started. The second the turn ends, it's like, nope.
Okay, Seti, I lost the plot again. What are we doing?
I am... Well, I dumped a bunch of aluminum sheets into Dimensional Depot. And so now that's just going consistently in.
Okay.
And I'm taking the excess and am going to train it all the way back.
Uh-huh. And I uploaded what we had into the thing.
Yeah.
I don't know why you decided to skip the singularity cell and go for peak efficiency.
Ah!
That concerns me.
It's okay. We have the ability to make all the stuff.
That's not the problem. All right, all we need is aluminum alpha.
Yep. Let's see. I have a consistent 90 sheets per minute being dumped into a box, and those 90 sheets per minute are going to be put onto a train and pushed this way.
Let's see.
Yeah. Many of the crazy combos are having toss earthbend stuff and killing it over and over, having it return and profiting as a result. Dang. That does sound amazing. So the Dimensional Depot is receiving like 30 sheets a minute.
Okay.
Yeah. Also, the Awesome Sink just has consistent stuff going into it now.
I see. I see.
Yeah. I'm getting worried because in the game, like, my controls are lagging a bit. And I'm just like,
Huh.
mayhaps the game is not happy with me. Mayhaps it is not.
Perchance that it's not.
Perhaps it's not haps, it's a... Eh. Hello! Hello there! I just engaged in combat to the death.
Did you die?
No. The other thing did, though. I got a hard drive, I'm uploading it.
Oh. That's what I've been neglecting, is hard drives. I'm gonna go hard driving.
Yeah. Whee. The way waterbending works is that there are costs like Waterbend 3. To pay those costs, you spend mana or tap either artifacts or creatures you want to eat. Each of the waterbending cards do different things, but build your deck right, and you can do them a lot easily. Whee. Aha! Ah! Lag! 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 Wait, no, 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 no! I think my...
We need to take a break.
My keyboard seems like it just gave up. Give me a second. Eh. It's okay. My keyboard appears to have just been out of batteries.
Okay.
But it also means that I got to see myself thrown off and... Right, you're still in my room. Hi, dog. Okay, I'm gonna take a small break because there's a dog. Why am I crying? Okay.
What?
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Okay.
I was just like, it was my model was crying, and I didn't hit the hotkey for that, and it made me
Okay,
really
here's-
sad.
Here's what I'm gonna do, Sally.
Yeah.
I am going to take all the animal protein, make them into capsules, and put the capsules into the sink.
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna buy more stuff that we can use on.
Oh yeah, I don't have it. Oh yeah, that sounds like a reasonable idea.
Because I have nothing else to do right now. All we're doing is waiting for 5,000 Alpad sheets to make so we can basically just dump them in the hub and send it off.
Yeah. There's the death crate. I see where I died. Ra-ta-ta. Hello? I have a
Yeah.
question. When you took a train, did you let the train continue going, or is the train just kind of still there in place, waiting?
I do not understand the question.
I do not understand what I was asking there.
I parked the train and got off the train. If the train is still moving, that's on the train.
Some creatures have text like far bending too. That means that when this creature attacks, add that much red mana. This mana lasts until the end of combat, so 2 minutes. That until end of combat, and you spend this mana on stuff that buffs your creatures or because they're opponent creatures after they have declared blockers. You can surprise kill their creatures. Ah, that makes sense. Ah, there it is. That's pretty cool how they thought about all of that. Oh my gosh. It's all the talk about the like Magic the Gathering having like crossovers with other like media reminds me of something that happened a while ago. Like for a while, it was like long time ago. There was like a particular trend where every single at least semi-popular show would go through and be like, we have a card game. Right? Do you remember this? Do you remember like the points where it's like, this particular show has a card game now, and you would occasionally see like advertisements for that card game or whatever whenever you're like trying to engage with the show, and it's like, huh.
Kind of.
I also might be wrong, but I do recall that being a thing where I was like, there's like, this show has a card game.
Yeah, some of them did do that, but not very many.
Yeah.
I remember, you know, then again, I was still with cartoons with funny cartoons.
There's a Xena Warrior Princess game. Ah. Yay, I have train tracks. Where's the aluminum production again, Light? Is it on the 3rd floor, 4th floor?
I think it's on 3rd floor. Might be 4th floor. It's where all the trains are meeting up at, because it's the box size has to come in by train. It's not the very top floor; it's the one underneath it somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, that research complete. I still don't know why the game occasionally glitches and just says, "Oh, we're not gonna give you the audio anymore."
It's interesting because I get audio still. I still heard it. It's fun.
Yeah, it's just apparently it's not for me. Not for me. Oh frick. Okay. There we go.
Heat fused alternate fused frames. Yeah. That's different.
What is that replacing?
Another way to do the fused modular frames.
Nice.
But it uses fuel
Oh,
instead of nitrogen.
that's fascinating.
You can look it up. Hit the O button, and then you go to parts, and you can search all the parts. If you go to fuse modular frames, it'll show you all the ways to make.
Heat fuse. Okay,
Yeah, so
uses nitric and fuel instead of nitrogen gas.
yeah.
Interesting.
So that's definitely different. Yeah, that's definitely different. And if you notice, look at the production rate. 3 compared to 1.5.
Ah.
And instead of using aluminum casing, it uses aluminum ingot.
Oh, that is useful.
So that just completely changes what you can, how you make.
Yeah.
Not that we have to change how we make it, but that's just something that we can do.
Do it.
Oh, moly!
What's happening?
Well, I just put all the DNA capsules into the shredder,
Yeah?
and we're at 23 tickets already. It's still playing. 25, 27,
Oh,
28 tickets,
nice.
32 tickets, 33 tickets, 34, 5, 36. What the heck? 39 tickets. Wow.
Dang.
That's all I can say. It's 39 tickets.
That's awesome.
All right, I'm going to buy everything because
Get up.
why the hell not?
Yeah. Keep pressing the wrong button.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
How about a bunch of stuff?
Yay.
Did you hear that, Kelly?
No.
Oh. Well, it's saying about the signs. I think you can use signs. So you want to label something? You can label it now.
Oh, shit.
So while you have aluminum sheets going in automatically, I'm just going to take them out and put them into the hub. So we can have constant supply. It's going to fill up, and we just empty it out because it won't fill up more than what it needs to. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
And I can make it my own. My own.
Ah, this isn't. Eee. Ba-da-ba. And that should help a little bit. Yay. There is only one named train we have. We only have one named train. Train of sheep. Meow. Ah, frick.
Oh, crap. Huh. Huh.
What's the huh?
That's the huh.
Instant scrap?
Uh-huh. Look at it.
Scrap. Coal, bauxite, sulfuric acid, water, mixed scrap, and water.
Instead of all the BS of making scrap with the alum solution, blah blah blah, you just go straight to scrap.
Straight to scrap. Ah, scrap. You know, I will say that we should be good on aluminum sheet for a little bit. We should be fairly good on aluminum sheet for a little bit. Yeah, we should be good for a while.
Okay.
Gonna take that. And there's no problem with me doing that. Ah, there's the hole. Okay. Whee! Ah, pfft. I hit the button.
Oh,
Milestone
that's fine.
reached. After close scrutiny, 2 problems were identified in Mark V conveyor belts. The first was the belt part, so force fields have been implemented in the Mark VI instead to maximize transfer speeds.
What the heck?
The second problem is inefficient pioneers, but sadly no remedy is available for the severe impediment yet. Yeah. Right, I'm a
Yeah,
major
I heard.
impediment.
Do the correct one. Do the one. Don't do the blueprint. Do the one that I needed to do to get the thing that I want to get to put the thing to power because we need power. We need the power.
Alright, we need the power. This one's gonna take a lot, though.
Not really.
Oh.
Not really. Sally, we have turbo motors. We have quite a bit of radio control units. And Sam, we can make that anytime. The problem's going to be the first thing.
The superposition
So what
oscillator, which requires a dark matter.
It does. It's not impossible. I have it crisply set up already. That's all.
Oh. You have it set up and ready to go?
No, because I couldn't make it. But
Oh.
I have the dark matter upstairs ready to put down another plant to make it.
Ah. Got a question. Okay. Goldberg from Futurama was in there sometimes. I don't really watch Futurama. Sorry. I haven't watched it a lot.
I have watched it.
Ah. Ask Light.
I can't see the chat. I don't have chat up with it. Tell me. I don't know.
So, we're not storing diamonds.
Yes, we are, but it's being used as
Okay, okay. Oh, you're making power shards. Nice.
I told you I was making power shards. I told you I was making slugs.
Yes, you did. You did. I was just like, I didn't know the exact recipe and process to do that, so I was like, where does all this stuff go? Hey, like, quick question.
Uh-huh.
Is there gonna be a point where we need hundreds of power shards?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Ah.
Yes. The very first time I used 100 power shards was to get the ionized fuel. Now, on the power matrix, it requires 100 power shards and 50 or 500 SAM max fluctuators and 50 of the units in a research their source. Yes, I've already used up 100 power shards on a research, and we're not even making that research, or we're not making that item. It's not making it.
Let's see. That looks like. However, did I automate SAM fluctuators at some point?
I don't think so. You're going to be at the SAM, but not the fluctuators, because it requires steel and stuff. It requires things that we didn't quite have. But the actual SAM fluctuators,
Ah.
we have not automated that specific thing.
Okay. This is
Well,
making
even I had animated
animated
SAM
sand.
going, but I never had fluctuators.
Goes up here. Oh yeah, that makes fixed site. And it goes over here. And this is for the dark matter residue. Okay. Hong Kong Game Goose. Hong Kong Game Clown! I'm gonna take a look at our power situation. We're doing okay.
Yes, I fixed the power situation to go right back in the hole. Because I can tell you right now, as soon as we use the nuclear power again, we're gonna be in too deep.
We're gonna be a fantastic shape.
We're gonna run on batteries for a little while.
Okay. We have
Now you understand why I put so many batteries in place.
there's every possibility that I should go through and just up the battery. Ooh my gosh! The Mark 6 looks so cool!
It does.
Sorry, I got distracted. I got distracted.
That looks scary.
Regardless.
One more hard drive done?
Seems pretty focused. I feel pretty focused.
Automated miner? No. Okay. I'll do this one just because. Oh, I'm at the hard drive. Okay. I guess we're in the top floor.
I am upping our production of SAM.
Huh.
So that way I could, like, automate the SAM stuff. And not feel bad about it. Not feel bad about taking from this same, like, what have you. Yeah. Especially because I have automated. What did I do?
We have lots of power shards. We have 140 power shards already stored.
Okay, for a second I thought you said, and you broke the power, and I was like, what?
No, we got plenty of power. Okay. I think I'm gonna call it here, Sully. We've done a lot. We're good. But I am getting tired. I'm getting sleepy, and it's time for me to go to bed.
Okay.
What is this doing here? What is this doing? What?
What's this? What's
You're
this?
just gonna wait.
It's in the way.
Yeah, there was a storage box just sitting in the middle of pipes. No,
Ah. But some... Did it have stuff in it?
nope, nothing. It's
Oh.
literally just a box in the middle of nowhere.
That might have been me then.
Maybe, I don't know. Okay, let me go ahead and log off. With that, this has been fun. We got 2 milestones done, which is about our speed of doing stuff in first stream. We have 2 milestones left completion, which we probably won't complete. We don't need to do that silly blueprint.
I mean, I do want to do it anyways.
Yeah. It's not that we can't. I mean, but that, like I said, we can after we get this other one done. Because once we get the other one done, then we can worry about that one because it's just going to be gravy essentially. Because we're not going to finish the project parts that quickly that we're not enough time to get that done.
I mean, at this point, I'm just gonna keep on streaming while you're off to help, like, offset that.
The only thing that you're gonna help with that essentially is the spaghetti pasta, because that's just gonna take time.
The spaghetti pasta is gonna take time.
If you wanted to, you could put the sloop in there. You could go slug it to make it a little bit faster. Oh, I would do one, but not the other. If you put slugs in it, go ahead and put slugs in it so it goes faster. But I would not put slugs and a sloop in it. You might go ahead and just put a sloops in it, the 4 sloops, that way you can go, make double. But it is going to increase our power usage by quite a bit.
Yep. I'm gonna automate some more stuff.
Okay. But yeah, I am gonna go get representative food blanket, get warmed up, and go to bed tomorrow. Okay, don't break anything, Sally. Don't break anything.
I'll make sure to only break everything of everything.
Okay. Alright.
Good job, Brian. You understood the assignment. Okay. So. I need to find out where we have the excess wire and excess, like, steel. And then just kind of steal it. Steal. Yep, you can add that quote, Ryan. That's a good quote. That's a good one. That's a keeper. Most sus cloud ever. Dark Leaks, I'll directly call you out on that one. I know I wasn't. Fact, there was a reward show for, like, the shitty small VTuber awards, at which, I'm too small to be noticed for. But I'm big enough to realize it's happening. So it's like, I see that happening, I'm like, ah. Then nothing else. Oh yeah, we have an absolute, like... We have an absolute surplus of skill pipes. Skill beams. Ah, Booba! Yeah. Oh. And the absolutely tail, just a tail, just a tail. Okay, so I take this up to the 4th floor. in a way that will make people not happy. Like light. Oh my god. And fix that. Okay, where's the hole I came in from? Over here. Was someone else voted most Seth Clown in that show? No, I don't think so. It was just that, you know. There's this. There are anonymous that would die there. There were that. Things happened. I wasn't a part of them. Easy enough. Those are the words. Happened, I was not a part of them. Over 50% of Darklink's 147s voted you the most. I mean, you're right. Technically. The best kind of right. Yay! Thighs. Ah! Feet. Ah! That's gonna be the steel pipes, steel beams. Boomba! Squish! Thighs! Ah! That's a lot! That's a lot! Ah! We need wire as well. So where does the wire come from? Do I have excess wire? Here, it's iron, iron, and iron. That is not wire. Unless if we have an alternate recipe for iron for wire that uses iron. I do not see any. Frick. Okay. Goes. Okay, we have liquor. We have lots of liquor. We have. His Royal Highness does not wish. All the glories of, like, Pekingese. They are amazing dogs. Fantastic. And also, so outrageously silly, it makes me jealous sometimes. Oh, there's a surplus of wire. Nice. Found the surplus of wire. Let me just go. No. No, let me through. Frick. Plan. I'll make my own hole. Alright, everybody. You know the drill. This is gonna be one of the things where Light is like, hang on. Why? why am I? Let's go through the other side of the frick. And for convenience future, I'll just put this here. Now you should be able to go through it. Question mark? Exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. Doesn't need to actually have things going through it for it to... Maybe. It might. Oh, pathetic. Okay. In that case, I will go do this. Followed by a bunch of this. Damage. Ah! Yes, right. You can add that quote. That's a good quote. I'm gonna be honest, I heard that massive blah and was scared for a second. Okay, so where's the thing? It's over here. Yeah, it's all the way over there. I could do that. So there we go. That's how that works. Yay! It all comes together. A manufacturer. Which I can just casually plop down like it's nothing. Damn fluctuating. Oh yeah. But that's not all. Get the sound fluctuator. Make the dimensional depot. But I want the dimensional depot to store the sound fluctuators. Okay. Wait. No, that's the wrong one. Or at least that's the wrong way. That's being quotes. 8 out of 265. 3.02%. Whole quotes. 2.64%. And the over that is that lets me get out of my hole. Oh my god. Also, yeah, I can't see. Oh, I can see again. Yay! It's back on. Better. Oh, that's too close. Okay, here's storage container. And then I take you and I just say, there. Yeah, there we go. Then I take this and I say, okay. The dimensional depot. Yeah. There we go. We are slowly losing on the reanimated Sam, though. Oh, the copper wire is coming by a lot slower now. I gotta grab a bunch of power shards. I should probably at least loosely track the power. Okay, we're still within good. We're still good on power. Where did Light put the power shards? Yeah, which thing's producing the power shards? That's batteries. Power shards, power shards. Where the heck are you? Power shards. Oh, there we go. Let's grab a bunch of those. That's fine, right? Okay, so you need up, up, up. Okay, so that's you, and now if I take a look at it, you're gonna start. You see, you start around 13 is there. Yeah, there we go. It's consistent. Cool. That's exactly what I wanted to see. Next up. Had to do your favorite dream. Yeah! Well, I'm glad you got to do your favorite redeem. I'm glad you have a favorite redeem. Dang. Also, thank you for having a favorite redeem. Like, I understand that might be a little bit odd to hear someone say thank you for, but that means I seriously mean it. It's like, makes me really happy. Yeah, more. Ha! Welcome. Yay! Oh, well, that just going left. Okay. That was gotta be your fave. Ah. Oh wait, now we're going right. Ah. Of course, I can say this. I am working with Ryan to help, like, just try to make the redeems like available. Like, try to make my code more generally applicable so that more people can have redeems and that more, like, streamers would be able to use it. Taking a lot, though. Takes a lot, though. Takes so freaking much. It's worth it. It'll be worth it. But, my gosh. Takes a lot. Don't worry, I put a lot more care into that than I do into this. Because in this, I'm just like, hey, I get to be silly. But in that, I'm just like, I need to make sure nothing can break, that people don't be people over my stuff, and that being people doesn't break everything into pieces. That was broken. Ah! Third about it, break something. Ah, yes. What number are you shooting for? Oh, dang, we're really low on the public imagination points. I help you. I check the power to see exactly how much damage I've done. We are still in the clear, that is good. Your nice number tells you that 35C looks like escape. Oh, nice. $37.5 plus 37.5 would be 75, and you produce 75, so therefore, that is perfect. Ah! Daddy says it's are tingling! That came from the right this time. You had open tits earlier, did it crash? It shouldn't did it? Wait a second. Okay, tits, what are you doing? Let's see. Did he disconnect again? He probably disconnected again. Authenticate. And then I re-authenticate it. There we go. It should be connected again. I do wonder why, like, why my personal program doesn't. Okay, fine. My personal program re-authenticates every single time I open it, so that's probably why it has an easier time. It doesn't go for days at a time without authentication. Oh, look at that wonderful backlog. Oh, yeah. Wonderful, delightful backlog of sheet. My concessions. I take a look at you. Are you still doing good? You are doing good. Are you losing track? No. You are in fact building up something of a backlog. Nice. That's exactly what I want to see. And how's your backlog going? That is worrying. Can I increase you? You'll pay. Yeah, the micro sessions are working now, hopefully. I could hear it. Did you hear that? List. That's Nightbot. That's Nightbot doing a Nightbot thing. Whee. Okay, but let's see. For the steel pipes, it is... Heck. Can't quite increase the steel pipes a lot more. And it is falling behind. Worrying. That's okay, it's not like I need a million SAM fluctuators. Until I will. It'll happen eventually. What about your game backlog? Ah, yeah! My game backlog. I've been working on that. And then I've done what anyone does with the game backlog, and then I just make it worse. Occasionally. Anyways. Anyways. SAM fluctuators online. Yeah, when light gets back, we're gonna be completely A-okay with like SAM fluctuators. That's a lot of batteries. Oh, what if I had a few more batteries? No? Wait, what? It's not called battery, is it? What's it called? It's called something. It's called power storage. Let me just do this. It does look like Duracell batteries, though. Frick. I offset at one point. Where is the offset? There you are! Hello, offset! Okay, so. Just me doing stuff to make sure everything's fine. That's okay. Are all these connected to each other? Ah, they are. Next to the most ominous battery ever. Most ominous, like, so freaking ominous. Just goes, what? Thud. I'm like, why? Why are you so extra? Why are you so extra? You have to be scary, huh? You have to be scary. Yeah. did I need to... Okay. I needed to work on the oscillator. What does it take to work on the superposition oscillator? It takes dark matter crystal oscillator, aluminum sheet, yay, and excitic photonic matter. Now, she did tell me that she had everything ready over here. Oh, also, you're not going that fast. You're diamonds. Do you have dedicated diamond stuff? No, you don't. What if I... Now, what does that do to my power? Oh, wait, oh. Look at those spikes. Woo. That's pretty close to being bad. Frick. And look at that! Now it's going more consistently. Fantastic. Yeah! Look at it! Is it gonna charge it fully? Please charge it fully. No, you're almost out. No, come on, please! It's so close! It charged up fully! Yeah! Okay, cool. Now that that's going... You're gonna take power shards. But what if? There's... Oh, what's the E? Some ice. Nice. Okay, so now... Oscillator. What do I need? I need a quantum encoder. Okay. I'm assuming this here is a quantum encoder. Hang on. I remember Light saying that quantum encoder took, like, all of the power. Now, if I remember correctly... Oh, you put down... No! You were almost okay, and then you weren't. Fine. Oh, you're not okay anymore. Oh! Coal. Where is the coal coming from? Wait, is there just not enough coal coming in? Cause it's on a Mark 5. Is it not? Not enough. Oh. It's a conundrum. And you should be making time crystals, and time crystals. There's an excess. Ah. Okay. I got the ticket. No. And we're not using any of the fixed site trigons yet, are we? I have an idea. first. I have a problem. And I'm aware of a solution. Where's the fixed site trigon? Fixed site trigons. Where did I make? Where am I making fixed sites? Unless if Light got rid of that, no. Why would Light get rid of? Well, I mean, there could be a reason. Just like we wouldn't have any use for it, or something else uses fixed site. I mean, if there's no use for it, then frick, I'm gonna have to basically remake all the stuff for the fixed site. Don't. Over here? Are you for the fixed site? Ah, you are for the fixed site. Okay. Oh. But if I up this production again... We're gonna have power issues immediately, aren't we? Like, the second I open that, it's gonna be like... We're gonna be... I could turn it off if it becomes a problem. Oh yeah. Okay. Mention it so I put it there. And then I watch the fireworks. Are we fine? Are you fine? I just turned on the big machine. We're fine. Nice. So now... The coal's not fast enough, you say? Oh yeah. Behold. Weed. Behold, it is weed. Oh. Think time crystal. Oh my gosh. That's a lot. That's a lot I have to do. I mean, granted, we are producing, so it is going in. Let me take another look. Oh yeah, we're fine. Okay. Time crystal, time crystal, time crystal. Where's the time crystal? This is the time crystal. No, this is the diamonds. This is the time crystal. No, I think it's exciting photonic. Time crystal? Oh, this dark matter. Ah. Time crystal. I mean, it wouldn't hurt to take a few since we're already at a surplus. Oh yeah, I should do the same with the try. I should probably upload these as well as I can. A little bit extra, and there we go. Look up what needs fixing. I don't think it's extremely necessary at this stage. At this stage, I'm just trying to increase the amount of coal that can go in. Well, I have a very fast way back. What is this gonna be like? The second I touch this belt, something's gonna happen. Wow! Yeah, this is fairly fast. Whee! Yeah. Okay, so I have grab a few more time crystals. Yeah. Oh yeah, we should probably do consistent checks on the power. Oh, yeah, we're hitting the we're beginning to hit the limit. That'll be fine though. Granted, there is the problem of this is a lot of Mark 6 belt to be putting out there. And we need more. Granted, I'm still uploading some time crystals, so that's a good sign. We're using the power of time travel to like. Oh yeah. Oh heck yeah. Oh heck yeah. 600 per minute. Wait. I vaguely remember the 600 per minute might not be enough, actually. Okay, we have a couple. Oh! Right over there is another. Nice. Ace? I hear that. I feel that. Ow. Let me just do some dodging. Dodging was not sufficient. I look forward to when the light gets back and it's like, what is this? Hopefully it's gonna be in a positive way. Might not be, but yeah, you never know. Oh, frick yeah. Oh, frick yeah, look at that. Oh, look at that line. Oh, look at that line of coal. Holy cow. Vroom. Oh yeah, I need to walk over that bit and then go wee. Oh yeah, walk over that bit. Wee. Vroom. Oh yeah, I should probably check the power. We're still okay on power. Found the problem and I fixed it. Whee. Okay, so I can quickly go check to see what it's like. Also, it's just a force field now. I can't even see the things being like pulled up. That's too inefficient. And you. Yes. Oh, it's good enough that I could do. Okay, double check the power. Power is looking more and more, shaky. Yeah. Oh my gosh. The coal just being shoveled into this is pretty amazing to behold. And so now this should be doing a lot better now. Oh yeah, this is doing a lot better. Ah, frick yeah. Just a pure, line of coal going in. It's freaking awesome. It's barely hitting 100 before it's like, the back. It's like, oh my god. And we've automated some fluctuators, which is pretty darn awesome. The only problem is I don't have confidence in being able to make the oscillator without completely borking our power. Our power is gonna die. Oh my gosh. I've hit the limit. Yep. If I go anymore, our power's gonna die. It's just barely okay. Okay. Looking at all of that, it's just like, holy cow. Um... Oh! It's because the quartz isn't coming in, and the second the quartz comes in enough, the second the quartz comes in enough, it immediately says, up, and not be okay. Oh, yeah, but just hit, and it's like, oh yeah. Wow. There is something I could do that could vaguely help? A little bit. I'm not gonna touch the nuclear stuff, but I do know that there is a very easy thing to find and like set up, which is just geysers. Geysers. I already got that geyser. There are multiple geysers over that wagon. Okay, so that's the only lead. I've already hit those geysers, but hey. I just go that direction. Okay, no, not that one. That one. I'm just gonna scan for geysers. And then anytime I find a geyser, I'm gonna hook it up. And I'm gonna be like, haha. I have helped. Geysers over there, but I've already gotten them. Ratata. I'm waiting for more geysers to show up because, like, it's like I can add power. Maybe justify doing more things. Oh yeah, there's more geysers over there, but they're all grabbed already. I probably grabbed those ones. I don't remember grabbing those. Uh-oh. Whee! Oh yeah, and over here as well, I guess. Like, oh, this is full of fuel. Oh, this is full of fuel. Wait a second. If it is absolutely full of fuel, then I can put more generators up. Yeah! Yeah, being 100% full of fuel. Awesome. Let's put more fuel generators up here. Okay, what did I put fuel over here for? Oh, this produces fuel! That's right! I see. I'm just happy that pipes are omnidirectional because I can do this and it's perfectly fine. Yeah. Also, I could change these to be like this. Plenty of plastic production for this. Yeah. Yeah. I say plenty of plastic production, and then it's gonna turn out to not be enough with how much I'm spending, but whatever. That's how life works. Okay. Well, I doubled up on each of these because they were like... Hang on, let me just, take this and go... Boop. And whoop. And that's gonna help a little bit with power. Go over here and you're 100% full on power. So what if I just up to you? I could up all of them and then we're gonna have slightly less fuel, but it's okay, fuel's at the end, so it's not like having like they burn too much fuel is gonna be an issue, I think. That could be an issue, but I'll get there when I get there. I'll work on it when I suffer from the problem. And behold, I've increased our power. Granted, the fuel storage is now... Hang on. Is this decreasing? Yeah, it's decreasing. Maybe? It's still increasing. Oh my gosh, it's increasing. Hang on. Well, you said what I suffer as opposed to if I suffer. I mean, God, it just makes sense. I don't know, it just makes sense in my head. Ah, you're increasing. Nope, you're not increasing, you're decreasing. No, you're increasing? Okay, which was it? You're the one that... This could be... I'll put you there. There you go. Does that help? Maybe a little bit? Down and then up. Pedagog, please. It just sounds... Just that it sounds like you expect to come back to bite you as opposed to hoping it won't. Eh. Yeah. I do expect it to come back to bite me. Ah, you're out of heavy oil residue. What? Why are you out of heavy oil residue? Ah, your oil. Oil needs to be. Let's do this. This is for the sake of power. Oh. I could deal with the problem when it comes by because I'm just like, I expect there to be a problem. Yeah. I also expect to be able to handle it. This is not the kind of situation where I am unable to handle the problem. Merger right here. And finally, I do this right here. This, and I say, aha. And now that should increase the amount I'm getting. Also decreasing the oil, which means I could actually go here and be like, hey, more oil. More oil. That, then the heavy oil residue should be fine. It's increasing. Kind of. And with all of that combined, should be able to go in with the heavy oil residue and say, I get to move on with producing fuel. Because this is, okay, this is full, so this pipe is full. Gonna push up here. So we're gonna have a pretty good backlog once the, once all the heavy oil residue comes in. We also have a lot of plastic. There's a lot of plastic going in. So overall, that should mean these generators are going good. check over here. So absolutely full on fuel. Draining a bit, and then it's gonna refill quickly. Okay, yeah, you're going too fast. You're filling up too fast. If I add another fuel generator. And I'm just like, haha. And now you're definitely decreasing, so I go over here and I'm just like, okay, you. Oh, you're just straight up making fuel. Awesome. And everything else is going into the awesome sink. Yay! Yeah, look at that. Production is now over 15,000. Consumption is also over like 10,000. But, you know, I'll take the bonuses where I can get them. Now I check over here. How are these doing? Are you filling up or are you going down? You're going down. Frick. Despite everything I did for you. That's because I'm not getting the heavy oil residue I need. Let's just go over here and dump everything we can into these. I already am. Still not enough heavy oil residue? Yes, I know the solution. More refineries, please. That's the solution for this problem. And I'm doing this overall so that I can sit and say, haha. Less of the power issue, please. There you go. Granted, as long as, like, Light doesn't take a look and be like, why? Wait. I can just have this one dedicate pure fuel. Bypass a lot. No. No. This area is put together for plastic. Ah! Hi, Louie. How are you doing? Hang on. Me and you can rule the city, Spider-Man! Me and you can rule the city, Spider-Man. But... I'm guessing you're playing Spider-Man. Yes, too? Wait. I want to solve the problem. I need to actually give power to the things I want the power. Where's no, I don't. What? No, why does set the conveyor hold it? Power pole Mark II. Wait, no, that's wrong. Thanks, Spider-Man the movie, the game. Ah! Hi, Genie! How are you doing? I am doing some, like, quick little, like, helping everything come together better. That way, like, the power won't be as much of an issue. Hopefully it won't be as much of an issue. Are you satisfying Tism with Satisfactory? Yes. Yes, I am. I very much am. Yes. Yes, I very much am. Are you going up? You're staying. Not quite efficient. And now you're... No! Ow! Hydrate. Okay, I will hydrate. Don't have enough heavy oil residue going in. By the end of this, I'm gonna have so much freaking plastic. Oh my gosh, wait a second. It is beginning to build up. Plastic is beginning to build up. I might need to... I can vaguely solve this problem. What I could do is I could be like, okay, there we go. It goes up there. But also... you just put an awesome sink right here, put a very slow conveyor belt on it, and just be like, hey... this is surplus, gets put into the awesome sink. To help Satisfactory keeps going, you gotta get foods and you will leak in the meantime. Yay! Thank you for being here. Now. Yes. Now what I do is I just more refineries to try to solve the problem of not enough heavy oil residue. Nobody tell Light. I'm pretty sure I have committed enough crimes against efficiency. Cause anybody to look at this and say, we need to revoke this game from you. This is not good behavior. It wouldn't even necessarily be because I've done crimes against efficiency. It would just be because it's like, we're worried about what you're doing. I would hit back. I would hit back with, how dare you! You do this because you are jealous of my efficiencies. They're like, no, we're doing this for your own good. It's like, nah! And it'd be this big, sad story arc that would end with me being like, I realize I'm an issue. And I'd be like, oh, she realizes. And then I'd rips. Like, no, I thought you were better. And I'd be like, no, I wasn't. Anyways. And let's. There. This, and I say, haha. Oh, yeah. Classic. And then with all of that put together, I'm still filling up a crude oil. Let's go. Awesome. Wait, are you actually decreasing now? You might be decreasing. Regardless. You are now going a little bit more consistently. Just a little bit. That's a little bit better. Ah. Oh, wait. This generator is losing fuel. Ah. One of the generators is now losing fuel. You're not producing enough. Where are you getting your heavy oil was? Oh, I see. Here. I do. Is that help you a bit? You're producing a lot more. Yeah. Of course, these two are doing fantastic. They're just doing wonderfully. What have you, what have you, what have you? Ah, you're out of fuel. Okay, we have one that's out of fuel. It's okay. We increase the efficiency of this entire, like, thing of fuel production. So next, I go back to scanning for geysers. Oh. Can I just, Ah! I got a thing! Fix and deploy a contact reminder. No pioneer should speculate regarding whether a crash failures on this planet. Okay. Upload that. Yay! Okay. Okay. It's time for... guys. Trying to figure out where the geysers are. This is the edge of the map. Frick. I need to go north. For geyser. Because N stands for geyser now. N is silent. Oh, wait, what the heck? I don't know what that was. I pressed N because I was like, N stands for geyser, and then that popped up, and I'm like, huh. No idea what that means. Ah! Run. That means run. Oh, right. If I go away from power, I should... I realized a problem with my resolve, and my problem is simple. I need to bring a power line to place. The solution is even simpler. Ah! I run away. There you go. I need the power lines. Okay. Uh-oh. Ah! I'm taking a lot of damage all at once. Not how I wanted to spend my everything. My everything hurts. I don't like the sound of that noise. Okay, now I have a tower. I have a power tower with a thingy. What? The auto mod had a problem with that one, apparently. M stands for geyser. N is silent. Auto mod decided that one was a problem. I don't know. Yay! Nope. Other way. Whee! Nope. Gabe. Gabe. Trust me, I want to go up there. Oh, gosh. What's this? Enter? Nothing popped up. It just... Oh dear. I feel like it's just... Every time a new button pops up, why is my mouse... Every time a new button is discovered, it's just like, oh, button. Got it in the time immediately. I mean, that does make sense. Oh, I know it. Hi, I'm not Louis. I'm somebody else. No, 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 no. Stop saying it. Stop. Stop. I don't want the surface to be too uneven. Oh, I saw. Happy for a second. You're happy. Aha! Wait, that made no sense. Okay. Whee. I suppose something else I could be scanning for as well is just like, oh my gosh, did I? I accidentally put it on the train tracks. Let's go. I could be trying scan for geysers. Oh, hey, purple power slug. But also, I could scan for oil. Oil's gonna pop up behind me. I know it's right behind me. Wait, what? Hang on. We've added new power lines. Nice. Yeah! That's very nice. Ah! Because my thought process with, like, this hunting down oil is I could just set down, like, very quick, hey, let's just make fuel from this. Dump the excess into, like, the awesome shop. Not played this game in a long time. I need to fight for this oil. On God! It is pure oil. Oh my gosh, I see. Oh, frick. Okay, never mind. I don't want part of this. I am okay without participating. I don't like the fact that that sounded very close. I gotta run away now. Is it blind at this little F? Yes, it is. I'm also being attacked. Please die while I grab the oil? No. No, 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 no. Die, die, please. Die, please. Die before I die. Okay, cool. I am... No! I knew I heard a noise! There it is! Ah! I was just like, where is it coming from? Heck. 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 Ah! No. Nope. Run. Running. Ah! I don't like you, 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 I don't like you. I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. Ah, frick. No, you don't. Oh my gosh, that was close. No! So. Heck. Followed by Frick. Lots of heckies. Catnap. I don't remember which direction I died, just that I'm vaguely... Oh, it's over there. It's not north, it's... I just need to find a power line that goes east and then grab it. Like I'm grabbing these berries. Because I might come across a doggo. And if I come across a doggo, I'm making another friend. And I'm naming that doggo Crypto. Or I'm attempting to name that dog Crypto again. One of these days, I would actually have to name the doggo Crypto. When that happens, that doggo will be very special. And that doggo will also not be any variation of Toe Crypt, Caprito, whatever other variations I have given to dogs or dogs who have every single name but Crypto. Okay. Actually, what I should do is I should eat this so I'm not, like, low on health. Yeah, there we go. What the? I could be zipping on power lines, but I forgot to. And I'm like, it's probably faster. But my brain is like, hey, I have progress I can make. That's going to be how I make it. So I'm just walking. Well, I'm not walking. Walking's his own guy. That being said, I'm gonna murder that stinger. Well, murder as long as I don't die from it. What is firing at me? Crypto the Kryptonian dog. That's like naming an Earth dog Well, I mean, you just add a B on there and you have Bert. So, like, it doesn't seem that bad. But... What? Yeah. Oh, that's not... I have all my stuff now. What the frick? Feels like it just had one berry in it, but then it was like, oh, we're fine. It's like, what? Oh my gosh. Maybe take off the first letter to make Arth, which is short for Arthur. Ah. Okay. So. Easy peasy, we just Why am I so freaking scared? I'm like, it's gonna pop up again. It's gonna pop up again. The freaking the stinger's gonna pop up again. I don't like this. Ah! Sucks because I have no idea where that stinger went. The stinger that killed me. Okay, you just get fuel. Uh-huh. And then extra gets thrown in the awesome shop. Awesome sink. Okay. And I'm just like, I don't want to be in there for too long because it's like, why? It's so scary. This. Nope, that was wrong. There. You go there. Okay, cool. Cool. Let me hang on. I should probably just foundation this up. Not zooped. Let me zoop this. Just nobody tell Light I'm doing this because this looks absolutely horrendous. This does not look aesthetically pleasing in the slightest. But it is at the very least more power. Yeah. Might seem to be mainly concerned with efficiency, not how things look. Yeah, that is fair. I don't think this is gonna be efficient either. Oh, frick. Oh, that's right, it has no power here. Frick. I forgot to give power to that as well. Oh dear. Frick. There we go. Yay! Yay! That produces 100 per minute of fuel, and you take 20 per minute. Wait, so I can just have 2 on each of these. Nice. Look! Power! Power go up! Power go uppies! Power go uppies. Yay! Power go uppies. On power go uppies. Efficiency go uppies as well. Ah! Look at that number! Look at that line! It's timer! Ah! Now we're 18,000. We're consuming like about like somewhere between 12,000 and 13,000. So therefore, after all of that, I have enough power to feel comfortable doing the thing I want to do. There was a goal to that. I have vaguely forgotten the goal that I wanted, but there was a goal to that. Well, actually, I could probably just wait for the train. I am gonna wait for the train to come. Ayo and all that. I could go to the train of sheep. But actually, I'm pretty sure this is the train that goes here. Yeah, it's... Wait, no, it might be this train. Oh, yeah, it's this train. No, it's not. It might be. It's this train. Maybe. I should probably name all the trains just so that whenever I'm stuck in this situation of waiting for the train to come, I'm like, okay. Dwarven Mansion. Yay! Waiting on the train. Hey. Oh. Here comes the train! Wait, nope. I want to go in. Gotta be the cellophane way. There we go. And watch as it just puts down all the plastic. Yeah. Train. Oh yeah. There's this dedicated power production over there. Oil that's just going like... all of the oil byproduct goes straight into the awesome sink. We are just making fuel. And it works for power. Yeah. Whee! Wah! Whee! Wah! Whee! Wah! Hey. Ah! So now that I did that... now that I did that, it's time for me to see, like... what can I add from my inventory into, like, not in my inventory anymore. Not a lot to see it. Pressure remains. Bitter remains. Of course, those can go in. Portable miner. Rotor. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. I had way too much stuff in my inventory. Looks like we are significantly ahead on dark matter crystals. Maybe. Oh, we're behind a dark matter residue. Where are you getting dark matter residue? What's wrong with it? You. You're not getting enough reanimated Sam. Why aren't you getting enough reanimated Sam? What's happening with reanimated Sam? Where's reanimated? Reanimated Sam is coming from you. Oh, that's an easy problem to solve. Do flap with an additional flap. And Reanimated Sam is now going up. You have more reanimated Sam. Now you should be going more consistently. You're not. 8, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, you're just barely not. Yeah. This particular splitter is doing a lot of damage. What if I were to... what if I split off of you, and this is gonna make so many issues. You don't even know the half of it. Like, there's entire mathematical things like dedicated to showing why this particular idea is an issue. But I'm gonna do this. Yeah, there we go. Now with that, the problem will be probably the Sam. I'm gonna be honest, probably gonna be the Sam. Whatever's producing the Sam might not be happy. Oh yeah, but this is happy now. And as a result, this is not happy yet. Okay, let's make you happy. There we go, now this is happy. Wait, it's not happy yet. Ugh. Now are you happy? Yeah, there we go. No, it's just barely not enough. Frick. I don't even know if the Sam's keeping up, though. It appears to be. This might be an issue later. Okay, so this is 250 per minute of the dark matter residue. What do you take? 150 per minute. Oh. Oh. Oh yeah, you're perfectly happy now. Nice. Okay. Wait. 150 per minute. Therefore, I lower this. Be like 150 per minute? Oh. Now you only take 150 per minute. Or that's the average? And there's plenty in here and just... Okay, so this works. This is good. And now dark matter crystals are good. Which means it's time. It is time for me to fix this gap. What the heck is this gap doing here? Okay, we're putting that aside. I think... I think it's time for me to say... Let's make one of the extreme high level, like, materials, maybe? All this to say I should check the power again. We're still good on power. I put lots of slugs in. We're fine. Even after I put lots of slugs in. I am missing turbo motors. Frick. Okay, okay. That's okay. I can just go grab extra turbo motors. Not the end of the world. Oh, definitely not. We have plenty of turbo motors. We need all of them. I'll pick some of them. Yeah. Lisa's gonna come back and be confused about, like, what the heck did I do? Oh, this is a big thing. Oh, quantum encode. Neural quantum. No, wait. Superposition oscillator. There we go. Wait, this has a byproduct of dark matter. Oh. Okay. Okay. This needs the sheet, which we're good on sheet now. The oscillator and the dark matter and the agitated stuff. What have you? The excited, not the agitated. Excited. It's not agitated, it's just excited. So which one is just the excited photonic matter? Just makes it. Takes like 200 per minute. Oh, you don't have an... Well... I've been... Okay, how much is taking? This is taking 60 per minute. Oh my gosh, that's more than enough. Woof. Hang on, let me just do this. We're fine. We're extremely fine. Oh, that's not... That's excited. We need aluminum sheet, oscillator, and dark matter. Dark matter. I'm just gonna go. Alright, so that should be dark matter crystals. And then I need oscillator and sheet. Oscillator should be one floor down. Also, hang on, I should add more batteries here. More power storage. I think we might survive a while off of just battery. Okay, let's see. Oscillators. Hello, oscillators. Don't get enough quartz crystal. Don't get enough quartz crystal. Don't get enough quartz crystal? I need to solve this problem. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. I'll solve this problem. Which song is that again? I forget. I completely forget. Eat until I die from the Mickey and the Beast. What? I don't recognize that at all. What do you mean I was accidentally singing a song, Eat Until I Die, from something I don't remember? Heck. This one. Okay, actually, we could take a little bit of time for me to like quickly watch this and have things go. That's... No. No, that can't be a Disney song. That's from something else, right? That's like a classical song. That's not Disney. Oh gosh. That's like a horse racing something, or... Is that just a Disney song? No, it can't be. It can't just be a Disney song. There's no way. Based on the Italian song, there we go. Oh, it is something else. Okay. And you. Better than you are. Significantly better than you are. Because I've heard that in Pizza Tower and, well, just generally just stuff that's riffing on like Italian stuff, so mostly pizza themed. Yay! Oh. That's the front of the efficiency line. Oh yeah, I could probably check the power and see how that's doing. Quickly check the power. I am doing okay. Okay. Oh, yeah, of course you're gonna be slow. Like... okay. Another splitter! More constructors! You see now. Already shocked me. Well, look at the magic cards. That's what they themed it as for that. Sure. Yeah. Okay, so let's see. That one, grab this. Go. Dark depths. Dark depths. Oh, yeah, that was obviously that's gonna be that was gonna be Aang stuck in the iceberg. That'd be Aang stuck in the iceberg. Look at the last line of the card. Dark Depths has no ice counters on it, sacrifice it. If you do, put an indestructible legendary 2020 Black Avatar creature token with flying named Merit Lodge into oh, yeah, that's just straight up, that's just, huh. And I put another. The Avatar part was on the card right before the show even existed. Yeah. Now that's pretty darn cool. Wait. That has suggestions. That's interesting ones. let's check the power. Power's okay. Now for over here. Oh yeah. Consistent crystal oscillators. And the radio control unit is still short on computers. Frick. But regardless, that's not what I care about. That's not. My brain is going a little bit off the deep end. Just a little bit. It's enough to be worried about, but not much more than that. Okay, but I do need the crystal oscillators, so now I take that, and I vary this all the way across. Here's the Avatar version. Okay, let's see the Avatar version. One... That's just straight up taken from the show. I mean, it's an amazing still from the show, but like they could have done better. They could have done better. That's dang. I didn't think I would have that strong of an opinion on the design from like Magic the Gathering, but here we are. Not all the cards are stills from the show, just some of the special ones. Ah. Oh. Boop. I've been booped! Hacky! Okay, so. I'm being booped! Ah! Okay, this oscillator, and now we just need the aluminum sheets. And then we have the dark matter residue, which I'll do this stuff with. I'll figure out how to do this stuff with correctly. But aluminum sheet. It's most egregious that people people are using to complain about the stills, though. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh my. Oh my gosh. What? Why? Frick. That's literally just Ozai's face. That's just. Oh my gosh. It's so bad. Oh, that's so bad. Oh. Oh, that's so bad. Okay, heck. That's just... Oh. Hmm. I might have to go back to aluminum production after this and, like, increase the aluminum production. But, hey. Okay, and let me get the pipes down. That's gonna do dark matter, and where the heck is the dark matter stored? But all the way over there, isn't it? Like, over here, I think. Yes, is this dark matter? Oh yeah, that's dark matter. Wait, does this need to be flushed? Ah, this is... Oh, frick. Let me check the power now. Okay, that is a fairly large increase in power, but hey, not the worst. Plus, let me do the technique that I know Light doesn't like, but I like a lot, so... This... I say... Up here... Up there... Goes out here... It goes up there. Pumps. That. That. Hey, haha! There we go. Oh, and just so that this goes the correct direction and not back. Doesn't back feed. I do that. And now Light is gonna be like, why? And I'm like, easy. I want it all to end up there. Okay. Close for this. We just need the superposition oscillator. Didn't something take, like, dark matter? You take dark matter. Ah. Oh. You're making dark matter. Oh, I see. Okay. I can fix this. You're making 150 per minute. And you're taking 150 per minute. That is strictly even? Okay. Then how much extra is being produced? You're producing 60. Okay, so that's where 60 is gonna be. And you will be producing 125. So overall the system's gonna be experiencing 185 extra. Here's a cooler one. Looking at that, they aren't all like that. Okay, let's see. Oh, yeah, that one's good. That one's good. I like that one. I like that one. Okay. Okay, so let's go over there. Just go. Just up there. Story. Let's turn it on, see what happens to a power. Oh, yeah. So this produces 125 and this produces 60, so it's 185. Therefore I can make more and be happy. Yeah. This is what happens when I care about efficiency. You get me doing this. Granted, I don't really care about the efficiency and power. We're okay for power. Kind of. Mostly. We're mostly okay for power. Time for me to hook up enough. Just... I very much am an agent of chaos, aren't I? Dark matter crystal. We're good. You appear to be okay. Not take it. Okay. And this takes 150. And we produce an excess of, let's see, 60. And this produces 125, so we produce an excess of 35. I don't fully know what to do about that information yet. Other than flush the entire thing. Watch everything break for a hot second. And then, and I just hope it works. Oh, yep, there it goes, there it goes. Yep, there it goes. It'll catch back up in it a little bit. It's just... It's having a hard time because I flushed the entire thing. Oh, yep, there it goes. Nope, there it isn't. Oh, wait, right, I forgot. I can fix this problem. Simply. I go in here, and this. Give it a second. Everything gets pumped up here. So it's gotta take a little bit, but once everything gets pumped up there, then it won't stop. There we go. Goes up here. Yeah, there we go. It's slow, but it's going up there. The pipes are beginning to glow. Look at that. They're beginning to glow with the sense of things moving through them. Oh, yep. They're getting bigger. These are now glowing a lot more. That's... Getting the filter into here. I should probably take another look at the power just to make sure I'm not breaking it. Close to breaking it. Almost breaking it. Not quite breaking it. Oh. That's... Power shards still being made. Ah! It's something. This... Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. There's more moving through it. Air goes up. Air goes up. I should be trying to pump it so that the air can go down. Air goes up naturally. Air naturally goes up. Air naturally goes up. I just had a realization. Air naturally goes up. Air naturally goes up. Oh, but this is glowing now. Okay, cool. Yeah, you gotta do fine. Air goes up. Air goes up. Heck. Whatever, it's fine. But we're making these. Ah. Triple position oscillators. Hey. Now for one of the big problems. Rubber. Rubber's your issue? Rubber's your issue. Thought we had a surplus of rubber. Technically, it's that less dense fluids rise to the top of another fluid. Air wouldn't go up in space, for example. True. True. That technically is true. Yeah. What was I thinking? I was thinking something. Rubber. 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 Where does the rubber come from? I forget where the rubber stuff is. That was so long ago. Was rubber over here? Oh. We have a lot of plastic. Don't have a lot of rubber? Wait. Are we filled up on plastic? What? We're up. Wait, no, that's... Why? Did that get disconnected at some point? Regardless, there's an issue. Positive done that nowhere joke. Yeah. I'm positive too, but, you know. Kind of hard to be negative in this context. It's here. Why not draw from this? I don't drop them. Okay. Well, whatever. It's fine. Oh my gosh, look at that near vertical spike. Yeah. I take rubber from... Yes. This takes rubber. Okay, what produces rubber? I hardly know. What's producing rubber? You. And you do the heavy oil residue. Here's what I do. Increase. And then I track the oil residue. You. Make it in the future. Oh, but you're reduced. 30 per minute. You also share with, it's 10 per minute. And this is 30 per minute. Therefore, you should be at 40 per minute. Which would... Yes. $66.666. Perfect. Now you are producing more rubber. I hardly know her. You, I don't care about you. We have too much plastic here. Alright, but anyways. That's what that look. Wait. I realized the problem. I can solve the problem. I have a solution. The solution is called light produces a lot of power jars, and I can just take that and use it. And light will totally complain at me later about it. Look at all this coal going in. It looks like it's going backwards with how fast it's going. Frick. Anyways, power charts. If you aren't part of the solution, you're part of the precipitant. I completely missed where the stuff was. Where's the fuel? Oh, it's over here. Right. Okay, because I increased the amount that it's producing fuel, so it is 26.666. So what I do here is I just say, hey, instead of taking 20, you take 26. And then I hope somewhat desperately that I thought about it correctly. Because as we know, Light's done a very precarious. Oh yeah. Light's done a very precarious juggling of everything. And I sat down and I said, hee 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 hee. Stuff go brr. Also, wow, that's a lot of silica. Whoa! I remember that thing. Okay. The power fluctuates. Power fluctuates immensely. But we're still positive. Oh yeah. It's all coming. Hey, how do power fluctuations happen in this game? Things turning on and off, as well as the geysers. The geysers don't have consistent power output, so it's like, it's not, you know, it's whatever. So close. So close on several things. What other things turn on and off? Anything that, like, has production halts, basically. Yeah, that's the good stuff. That's the good stuff. I'm not gonna finish it without light. I'm not gonna finish the milestone without light. I want to be abundantly clear on that. I'm not gonna finish the milestone without light. I'm just going to have done a lot. Alright, here are the fluctuators. A bunch of them ended up in the depot. Oh yeah, 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. Grab that. And just be like, hee 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 hee. Like comes back and like, what? What did we make all this progress in the mouse? And I'm like, hee hee. I've been playing for 8 hours. Oh. Frick. Something where you get the 2 ingredients, but you get 1 at a slower rate. Yes, exactly. That, in addition to, like, it can't make any more because there's no more storage for that kind of thing to hit. So, both of that. Both is good. Both is good. Oh, just to be a little snarky. A little funny, like, being funny. Neural quantum processor. That's the only one you make. That's part of the blueprint. That's, like, not there. So I can begin processing that, and that'd be good. Neural quantum processor. I remember when one of these was impressive, and now it's just like we have like 3 in close proximity, and it's like, oh yeah, this is normal. Oh, yeah, but this is filling up, so. Right. I just used up all my stuff for that. Let me take a look what neural quantum processor. It produces dark. Okay. Prime crystal, supercomputer. Oh. Tri-skin. Nice. I need you to consume more dark matter residue. Typically like 185, please. It's too much. 37. 185. Yes. I see a butt. Thank you, Autobot, for catching a butt. Copy the username. Okay, so that should take the exact amount of like dark matter residue that is being put into the system. And that diamonds might be, yeah. Okay, I kind of want to see how many diamonds are being produced, because a lot of diamonds are being produced. 60 per minute. 60 diamonds per minute. This is taking 12 diamonds per minute. This is taking... Is that 20 or 30? 30! This is taking 37. What? Why'd you shut off? Dark matter residue. That's right. Dark matter residue needs to be more prolific throughout the system for that to be consistent. 37, 37, 67. You don't do anything. You don't take anything. 79. And this takes 60. And it devours 1,200 coal per minute. Oh. Yeah, I'm... Not a lot. I can't push the power more! I can't push the power more. I'm close. I'm close to, like, whatever, but I can't push the power more. Besides, the coal here, it's 1,200 coal per minute. It's taking all the coal. All the coal possible. I cannot up the production on this because it's just, wait, hang on, I want to check something. Logistics, how many per, 1,200 resources per minute. I can't increase this. 1,200 is the max. 1,200 is the max. Like, that's mark 6, that's the highest mark. I can't increase this. This is pretty intense. I'm just like... I worked hard on trying to make sure that the power could handle everything I was doing. And I did a lot. And then it's just like... It's almost not enough. Almost not enough. Everything else aside, it's almost not enough. Heck. I guess I'll see, like, what else there is, but there's not gonna be a lot. What is... Wait. This is... Your stock full of rubber. I think I'm gonna do a little bit of, like, sharing is caring here. Just a little bit of sharing is caring, you know? Tiny bit of, like, share. Gonna create a lot of issues, but, you know, maybe it'll fix some as well. Granted, it's gonna... Hang on, I could... do a little bit of helping? Radio control units are gonna be the next issue. Yeah. You have just barely too much diamond usage. I can't increase the diamond production. Not with the power that is currently there. It is just barely out of reach. That being said, Yay! We have parts. We have very complicated parts. We have very complicated parts that are just there. Oh. Wait, is this finished? Oh, this is completely full! Nice. Alright, but all that being said, I keep distracted. I'm like, I want to do more. 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 I shouldn't do more. I have a problem, and that problem is called I need to stop, and I don't know when. I don't know how to stop. We are going to raid Pina. Anyways, thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all so much for watching. I am stuck in the sky. Please remember to always be awesome, always be kind, and keep absorbing something silly could happen. Like Thursday I have like a link to the past on this channel. I might stream tomorrow if I feel like it. I am now upside down. Frick. Anyways. Yeah. Let's see. There you go. This is gonna be the raid message. Make sure to copy it, paste it, put whatever email to in the beginning and end of it. And I hope to see you Thursday. Maybe tomorrow, depending on if I stream. Yeah. Okay. I'll go. Woof, woof, woof.